This is Mary at TheMeriAtelier, and it is Friday night. It is Friday night, January 29th. Oh my goodness, the first month in 2021 is about over with. Whoa, whoa. Well, welcome to my desk. Penelope is here. My 1950 Santos doll in progress is here. We might do the little poodles tonight. I'm working in my glue book. I hope to get this done, hopefully by the end of January. I'll set it over here. Penelope, I'm going to put you up there. Hi, Candy. Hi, Terry. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Susan. Hi, Kathy Whitney. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody who's coming in. This is my JB5 book. It's all ready to paint the cover and put gold on it. So I want to do that tonight. And I will probably be using this later this summer as a, let me make sure I have it right side up. I will be using it as a front porch journal, I believe, because there's just little journal notes on each page. And when I sit out on the front porch, I like to write a little something. I might go around the edges here with gold yet. So, yeah, that was fun. We did that in our January live stream. That was really fun, Sunday night live stream. So I'm going to be tearing the edges off of that and painting. Oh, look. I have from the Rusty Peacock. Let me tear the label off. I have two Happy Meals to share. I tore the label off of the other one, but this one was tucked underneath. Let me tear this label off so that the addresses aren't showing. And I find that if I just take my knife and cut through these, but I have to be careful that I don't cut the contents, but there we go. So this is the way we open the envelopes now. Hi, Terry. Hi, Janet. Welcome, everybody who's coming in. Hi, Connie. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Rhonda. Janet, Candy, Holly Dalton. Holly, I have your candle. I call this my holly candle now. Yep, it's my holly candle. We'll light it. I have to have a little cheer. A little cheer. Let's see who else came in that I missed. Terry, Rhonda, Kathy, Connie, Janet, Holly. They're all saying hello to each other out there. Mary Lou, Auntie Loopy. Hi, Mary Lou, Auntie Loopy. Welcome, welcome. I think I got all the hellos said so far. And I'm just going to finish opening this way, because it is in its own little pocket. Now, oh, ooh, ooh, oh, look at this. Oh, wow. That's cool. I'm sure there's a use for this. This feels like an embossed, it's embossed. I'm not sure if it's foam. I guess she will tell us. Maybe I'll listen. I haven't had a chance to listen clear through the contents of this. This is from Rosemary Morris. This is her February caboodle kit, which is Art Deco. Let's move this. Art Deco. So this is the first item, which is an embossed, boy, and it's a nice deep embossing. It feels like it might be a foam, but it's in a package, and there's some beading on it. Oh, wow, that is super cool. And I'm not sure that that's attached. That's another piece in there, I believe. Hi, Sherry Van. Hi, Becky. Welcome, welcome. Rhonda says, ladies, I know we've asked about Joyce about a month ago. but I don't remember the answer. Has anyone heard from Joyce? So has anyone heard any updates from Joyce, our friend Joyce? I haven't heard anything. The last I heard, she had posted, I believe in Phibbsville, that she was working hard on getting rid of everything she acquired, which I think that meant she was going through a little bit of a purge. So, which is not a bad thing. Oh, Becky. Oh, Becky, I'm so sorry. Becky said Joyce has been very ill. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that too. Becky said that her Uncle Ray passed away today. I am so sorry, Becky. Our hearts and our prayers just go out to you and to your family, to your sister-in-law. And we don't know how many kids were in the family and all of that, but certainly everybody in the family is affected. So our hearts and prayers just go out. You know, when a family member passes away, you just have a missing, no matter if they were close or not so close. Once they passed away, there's that missing spot that they occupied as a part of your family. You know, my oldest sister passed away in 2007, and there's still that missing spot. So, yeah, I'm so sorry, Becky. Your mother is a wreck. I'll bet she is. It has to be hard on your mother, which makes that hard on you. So just hugs and prayers for you, Becky. Just pray that your family gets through it. It's hard. It is super hard. Candy says she can't even imagine. Well, you know, her mother is losing a child. You know, Becky's uncle was her mother's son. So, you know, and of course that affects Becky. Mina says, praying for your mom and for you and your entire family, Becky. She's having issues too. I keep saying it has to get better. Yeah, I agree. It has to get better. Oh, your uncle was your mom's, oh wait, hold it. Your mom's brother or son? I'm sorry, I'm getting all confused. Well, the thing I'm not confused about is that we're keeping your family in our prayers. Gosh, it's kind of hard to go on now. Oh. Susan says, now I'm confused. Okay, brother. All right. All right. Well, Becky said brother, so. That would be true. I was trying to think. My relatives have passed away so long I can't even ago that I don't even remember. My mother's brother was my uncle, so yeah. So Becky's uncle would be her mother's brother. I'm sorry, Becky. Leave it to Mary to get it all messed up. Becky said, let's play. What's in that awesome kit? This is from Rosemary. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. This is her deco art kit. February. Oh, we have to open this. We have to open it and look at it. And I haven't had a time to look at her. I haven't had time to go back out and look at her videos on this. I saw one and I said, Deco art, I'm getting it. Deco, D-E-C-O, meaning that art period, late 1920s into the 30s was the Deco art period, D-E-C-O. Oh, trims, beautiful trims here. An ostrich feather. And look at this. Oh, wow. Here's looks like a leaf, a dried floral. And look, there's a quilted piece here. Wow. I hope this is going to be the cover. I hope this is going to be the cover. It is beautiful, gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. And then there's an ostrich feather and trim and a piece here. And then in the folder here, peacock feathers are so beautiful. Yes, they are. Thank you. Art Nouveau. I said Deco. It's Art Nouveau, which is about the same period. Boy, Mary's really messing it up tonight, isn't she? Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau and Art Deco. I wouldn't call them the same, but I'm not going to try to elaborate on it right now because I'm messing up everything tonight. But they're very similar. They're not exactly the same, but they're very similar in style. I think Art Deco when I see Art Nouveau. So there's some blank papers in here. Those of course, will be, this looks like a file folder. This will be for journaling. And this is a file folder here that's everything is kept in. Art Nouveau. I can just hear Rosemary correcting me. Oh, look. Look in here. This is a pocket full of ephemera. Some Rolodex cards. Some translucent. Translucent means the light does not go all the way through, but you can still see. Transparent is completely transparent. You can see through it. These are translucent tags. Some punched papers that are punched on the curve here. That's interesting. Florals. And this looks like one of Rosemary's prints. I could be wrong, but I think Art Nouveau is more organic than Art Deco. I could be very, very wrong. See how organic these are? Don't take that for sure, but I get that impression. Now this, talking about impression, this is impressionistic here. And then she sent some more here. Oh, look at this folder. It's got 3. Isn't that interesting? I've never seen a folder like that. Maybe she made that. It's got more images in here. Oh, I just love these. Now this is bordering on Art Deco. Because of the geometric columns and this, but it's still organic. See how organic these designs are? Art Nouveau, the studio, color, botany, graphics, design, architecture, jewelry, and fashion. And look, she sent all these beautiful images. Oh, wow. Oh, Rosemary, this is going to be wonderful to follow along. Some beautiful plants. It almost looks like fuchsia. Wow. This is going to be fun to play along with. I'm still working on September. From my lousy memory, Nouveau was from around 1890 to 1910. Then Deco came around 19. Yeah, I knew Art Deco was in the late 20s and 30s. But I think Art Nouveau is kind of more organic in design. But here again, one played off of the other, and so they're very similar. This is going to be fun to work with. I'll have to go back and look at, Janet dropped a link to Rosemary's video. I'll have to go back and review it myself. I haven't been watching a lot of online videos lately. What's wrong with you, Mary? This is just gorgeous. This is just gorgeous. And now that I looked at all those pictures and then I see these, yep, I see a beautiful journal happening, and that's probably what will happen here is a journal. So I'm going to put this back in the kit. Oh, I have so much to catch up on with Rosemary. She completely amazes me how she does these from month to month and makes the kits and sends out kits. That just completely blows my mind. I could probably do the month to month, at least start it. But not only does she start it, she finishes it. Very nice, Rosemary. I cannot wait to work on this. It's going to go down on my project cart with the Indians and the anthropology. And yes, Nouvelle was very flourish busy. I guess they got sick of it and smoothed everything over and added silver and mirrors. Yeah, I think they went from that floral period to more of a graphic style, Art Deco. And the Art Deco style is even, well, architecture too. The Nouveau is probably an architecture, but I know when I was studying Art Deco, is why I had it in my brain last February. Our Nebraska state capitol is designed architecture off of Art Deco designs. It's very interesting, very stylized architecturally. Guess what? I got another happy mail. This came from Norma, completely unexpected. Norma. She says, do not tell me not to send you stuff because then you take away my blessing. So she blesses me so much. And Norma, I'm just finishing up on all that Christmas candy you sent me. My brother went to town today. I didn't go. I just did not feel like going out. And I want to see if I can save this box. It looks like it's a priority mail box, but I don't know which. I guess I'll have to open it here and here. I hate to open it that way though. I wish I knew which was the top. I guess I'll call this the top because it's got the front label on it. Let's see if I can cut it here. Yeah, he asked me if I wanted anything. And I'm going, no, I'm good. I got my Christmas candy. I guess I could have done this part offline, but you guys get to watch me open it. Yeah, I think this is the top. I could be wrong here. I don't know what this is. I'm hoping that I can open it like a priority mailbox. But that's questionable. Maybe I'll just open this and close it up again. Maybe I'll just open this side, and if I need to save the box, I might just make tags out of this, because look what she does. Look what she does with this. Isn't this cute? Little cats and dogs all over wearing eyeglasses. Reminds me of Barb Owens, who I don't think was on today. I checked. I was going to watch her, but she wasn't on. And so I just turned my phone off. Well, not entirely. I played Scrabble all afternoon. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Val. Welcome, welcome. Susan says, Val, are you in Italy? I'm so jealous. Tanya's here. Janet dropped the link to Rosemary's Etsy shop. I'm being very careful opening this because I don't know what this is. Feels like there's some towel or napkin in there. Keeping my finger out of the way. Yeah, it is a priority box. Okay, let's just pull this out and see what's in here. Oh, look, there's some Paris napkins. Oh, look at all these beautiful napkins. Look at this. Birds and a dragonfly. Oh, these are beautiful. She could have sent me these in an envelope and Mary would have been happy. Look at that. Splashes. And those look like poppies in blue floral. Okay. She sent me a school glue stick for my glue stick. And, oh my, I see chocolate. Oh, am I going to get this? I think if I get this one out, I have to get my hand in there and pull. Oh, it's packed in there. I'm going to put chocolate if I pull too hard. Oh, there's a big old chocolate bar in there. I'll tell you, there's a chocolate bar in there. I guess I'm going to have to cut it. I'll make tags out of this beautiful dog and cat. Or maybe we'll make a little mini journal. All right. Oh, she sent me some more glue pens. Bless her heart. I don't know where she gets these, but look, I love those little glue pens. And, yep, there's another one. And then there's another napkin down at the bottom. Oh, Norma, thank you so much. And then there's just a label on the inside. But I see a little mini journal out of this. Don't you see that? I do. All right, we'll put that aside. To Mary, she says. To Mary. Let's see what's going on out there. Hello to everybody I missed coming in. Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. Susan Gerald. Val. They're talking about where they live. Let's see what's... Boy, she sealed this stuff up. I want to get in it. I want to get in it without tearing it. I probably should use my palette knife instead of that. Let's use my palette knife. My palette knife has some glue stick on it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Note card. And it says, oh, it's a pop-up. It says, hello. It's a pop-up card. She says, dearest Mary, I just wanted you to have a new 2021 flipbook calendar. Oh, this is a calendar for, this is a calendar for my, yay. Oh, look at this. This is a day spring calendar. Walk by faith. Oh, thank you, Norma. This is a new desk calendar that I can put all my scraps in. Thank you so much. Oh, bless her heart. It's got shoes on every page. Oh, thank you, Norma. Oh, let's flip to today, which is the month of January is over with. So this is about when I started the one last year. It was in February. So today's the 29th. Oh my goodness. Now please don't be offended if you're not of the Christian faith. I'm trying to, how do I say this? I want my art channel to be an art channel, but yet I am of the Christian faith, so I'm trying to not preach to everybody. Let's put it that way. I think if you speak to your faith without asking everybody to believe what you believe, there's less conflict and God is happier. Anyway, this says, God knows how to pack the good stuff into our day, our week, our year, even if our attitude gets a little wrinkled at times. Who would that describe in this house? Me? A wrinkled attitude? Ah, she sent me a chocolate bar. Yum. 70%, 72% cocoa. I was eating on she sent me a little bag of chocolate. And I was sorting out what she sent me at Christmas. Oh my goodness, she sends me so much stuff. And I got all that chocolate out and the little candy canes, and I've been eating on them. I'm going to put these over on my, over on my cart here. I'll have to find a little package for them. And these will be separated. Or are they already? This one looks like it's already separate. Did you take the time and pull these apart? I think she did. Oh, bless her heart. These are already have the backs taken off of them. Oh, Norma, that is so thoughtful. Look, I can just grab and use them. Oh, Norma, I don't know if she's in here, but thank you so much. I'll send her a note. This is Friday night, so she may be busy. And this beautiful card is going to go in my journal with the beautiful envelope. The envelope I can use as a tag. And you know, I could make a tag out of this part and a mini journal out of this part. And I even have the flip for the mini journal, I think. So, yeah. Thank you so much for everything, Norma. That's just so sweet. So that's my happy mail this week. I'm going to take the glue stick out because I may be needing it later. I've been using up my glue sticks. I got my cord caught. Let's see what's going on. Hi, Suze. Welcome. Hi, Carla. You love the poppies? I do too, Becky. Yeah, hi, Kathy. Kathy's World. Welcome, welcome. Kathy says, now that's how to send happy mail. But nope, I don't do it either because it's hard. Norma, when you get happy mail from Norma, you are getting a special gift because she really does it up, I'll tell you. She sent me now several packages, but I'm not the only one she sends to. She sends to several people. And, boy, I'll tell you, she is so generous and kind. Suze, is today your birthday? What did she say? Suze, is your birthday today? Happy birthday, Suze. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Suze. I hope your day was a good one, and I hope that your year is a good one. Anybody else in here having birthdays? To round out January, don't be shy. Let us, happy birthday. Carla says hello to everybody. I think Holly had a birthday about, last Tuesday, Holly, was it? So I wished you happy birthday, I think, on Thursday or Wednesday. I don't remember. You just had a recent birthday. Susan says, I could use company from a human being for sure. Aunt Beck said, Scott took cold medicine and is purring in the recliner again. My brother went shopping today and I stayed home. And when he brought in the groceries, I asked him, I said, do you get a pizza for supper tonight? And he said, yeah, I got a pizza. And he wanted to try one of those Philly cheese pizzas. Neither one of us liked it. We each ate it, but we didn't keep the leftover. There was just a couple pieces left over. But so I had pizza again tonight. So, and he's done gone to bed. My brother is. He watches his Wheel of Fortune, and that trip up there going shopping, and he had to clear the driveway. Well, he did that this week, but he also has to clear a path for the paper boy and clean off the cars. But he cleaned off my window, but he says my car is trapped in there. I said, that's okay. I'm not going anyplace. I'm staying home. I'm staying out of this weather. Val says the weather there is always nice. She said she's in Italy right now. She says, I've lived here 15 years, but I'm moving back to the States this July. Well, welcome home, Val. Oh, she's not in Italy. She's in Honduras. I'm sorry. I was thinking Italy because somebody asked if you were from Italy. She's in Honduras, but she's coming back to the States in July. So we'll have to welcome her home. Tanya popped in and said hello. Hello, Tanya. Don't forget, Tanya streams on Sunday afternoons at noon. I've got paper napkin on my curtain there. Janet dropped the link to the Fibsville Friends. I'm just kind of reading chat. Beth is here, was here, Beth Schuler. She says, Becky, I hope it's all well today with you and your family. Becky's uncle passed away, which is her mother's brother, not her mother's son. What would your mother's son be to you, Becky? I have to think. My grandmother's, well, your mother's son. What would your mother's son be to you? Too much thinking for Mary's brain tonight. Sorry if I'm all confused. Oh, your mother's son would be your brother. Of course, Mary, it's so obvious. He'd be your brother. Your mother's son would be your brother. Oh, ding. Maybe I should just turn off the video and call it a week. It would be Becky's brother. Oh, dear me. You would be upset if it was your brother that passed away, wouldn't you? I would be. Man, I'll tell you, I don't think I could take it. Well, I would take it. I mean, you know, you have to prepare your heart for the unexpected. My brother's getting up there. He's 4 years older than me. My younger brother is a year and a half younger than, well, a year and 3 months younger than me. So, but if either one of them passed away, that would leave a hole in my heart. And today is Susan's birthday. Holly said she made herself a frozen pizza for dinner for your birthday. Susan, that's how it went. Well, I hope it was the good kind, Holly. The pizza we get now, we like it. It's called Sicilian, Screaming Sicilian pizza. It's really one of the better frozen pizzas. And it's not that expensive. But we were talking about it because around my brother's birthday, I went and bought a Godfather's half-baked pizza. And I got, on my half, just on half of it, I got green pepper and mushroom. I ordered half pepperoni and half all meat. And it was half-baked, and I said on my half, which was the pepperoni, I said add green pepper and mushroom and olive. But that half-baked pizza from Godfather's, when I went to pick it up, they charged me $25. And I'm sitting, $25? And to tell you the truth, this Screaming Sicilian pizza that we have is just as good, and it only costs like $7. Kathy said, I lost my favorite brother within a year of each other. I never get over missing them. I wouldn't think you would, Kathy. Yeah, that really does stink. Yeah, Carla's singing happy birthday to Holly. What would your mother's son be to you, Becky? It's my brother, Mary. All right. I'm making this for February. And this is my January one. And I sorted out papers, and I took my little laptop out in the living room because I'm going to have to do some work on it that is not online here. It buffers so bad. So I stacked my papers up over here on the cart, but I'm looking for I'm always looking for what I can't find. I'm looking for that. Here it is, the Nataqua paper. Here, I think I'm going to do this in February, the same thing that I did in January, because I want to use these things up. They were gifted to me. These two Nataqua papers were gifted to me here. Now they're in here. You can see I didn't get all the pages done, but I'll go back in and put things in. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm not going to put as many pages in here, so I don't need all of them, but look at this. A visit to the historic Smith Flat House. She looks like she belongs in February, doesn't she? I wonder if they still publish. Could somebody look up Nataqua News and see if they're still publishing? This is copyrighted 2016. It comes out of Greenville, California. Herberger, Herburga Publications Inc. is where it's published. But the address is Greenville, South Carolina. I would like to know if they're still publishing this community newspaper. Even though it's in California, there is a subscription here. The paper back in 2016 was printed by the 10th of each month, give or take a day or two. So every month for $25 would be about $2 a copy, which really wouldn't be bad because it has all this. And I'd like to know if they're still doing all these Victorian-ish images. I wouldn't mind subscribing to that. Kathy, my mom has lost 2 brothers in the last 2 weeks. Well, that might be where I got that it was your mom's. Well, I said your mom's. Yeah, I said your mom's brother, didn't I? Or no, I said your mom's son. I don't know what I said. Forget what I'm yelling about. The one in South Carolina has an entry August 2020. This one's in California. Is there one in South Carolina? A Nautaqua News in South Carolina? I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Susan says, when I lose someone, I have to think this is how it is for everyone for eons, or I can't get past it. Yeah, losing somebody is, thank you, Riri. Thank you for the encouragement. Sometimes I rock too much. I'm off my rocker sometimes. Sometimes I goof. But I love that encouragement. Apparently, there were a bunch of Nautaqua Newses in the United States. Is there one in the Midwest, Susan? Can you see one in the Midwest, like Iowa, Kansas? I don't think there's one in Nebraska, Minnesota, up around in the Midwest, Oklahoma, Kansas, even Colorado. Yeah, Riri says, good, me too. Well, so sorry, all the same. There is Susanville, California. Susan says. There is a Susanville, California. So anyway, I think I'm going to cut. Now, I made my pages. There's only, what, 28 days in February? So divide that by 4. That is, what, 7 pages that I need? So I only need a couple pages, and I want to put a couple white pages. I'm going to make this one small because I'm going to be doing the 29 faces. And I have a couple of these white pages that I still have some of these left. So maybe I'll do 8 pages in my, I'm keeping this kind of small in February because you can see, well, January I didn't get done until the middle of the month. I didn't get this done until the middle of the month, so, yeah. So there's 8 pages in here, but I have the rest of the weekend to work on that. What is the Nautaqua News? Well, I don't know if they have that explanation here, but I know I cut the other one out. What is Nautaqua? I'll read it to you, Becky. The state of Nautaqua, N-A-T-A-Q-U-A, is just a state of mind. What is Nautaqua? So many of you have asked this question that every month I continue to explain how I came up with the name for this publication. According to Fairfield's Pioneer History of Lassen County, L-A-S-S-E-N County, California, published in 1916 by Asa Merrill Fairfield, the actual meaning of Nautaqua or Nautaqua, is believed to be the term used for woman, or wife, from the local Native Indian American dialect, the Native American dialect. The 2 main tribes in the area are Paiute, P-A-I-U-T-E, and Maidu, M-A-I-D-U. And it has been recently brought to my attention that the two tribes did not have any words in common. Therefore, it can only be attributed to one tribe. However, if memory serves me well, I believe that it was said that Peter Layson, L-A-S-S-E-N, had a local Indian woman as his common-law wife. And when anyone asked her what her name was, she replied, Me, Natakwa. So it means woman or wife. But this is a community newspaper. And what I really like about it is there's all these images in here. They do it up really nice. I'd like to see what they're doing in 2021. This is a 2016. This was sent to me by a lady who's in Shannon Green's group. Evidently, she does not come into my chats, and I'm not even sure if she even watches me anymore. She sent me 2 of these and said when she thought of these, she thought I would enjoy them. And I have, but now it's time to be using them. So I'm just going to grab, I've got, what, 3 pages here. And I'm going to grab this one. Maybe I'll grab 6 pages. Ooh, this one's torn. I already used. This is a Mark Twain one. Ooh, I like this one. So if I grab 6 times 4 is what, 24, right? So there is 24. Maybe I need 4 more would be, and then I can save my, well, no, I think I'll do this one too. All right, let's see what I have here. Mary's head is bouncing around the internet tonight. All right, I think I have 4 of these. 4 times 4 is 16. 16 and 16 is 32, so I should have 4 of these. I have 1, 2, 3, but I don't need 32. I only need 29. So I've got 8 times 7 times 4 is 28. Got 7 pages. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 7 times 4 is 28. But I feel like I may need to put a couple more pages in just because I need some writing. So I'm going to put a couple more. I don't want it huge. Like, I don't want 60 pages, but I'm going to put a couple of white pages in just for writing, because I probably won't write a lot on this. Oh, Mary! And this is the cover. I did the cover the other night. This is going to be my February journal cover, and I'm loving that little doll there. So what I'm going to do next is cut these to size. Now, will these, I think I decided these would fit in here if I fold these in half. Let's take a sheet. I don't think I had to cut these down at all. I think they fit right in my report cover. And they do. They fit in real nice. So the only thing I have to cut down, if I can keep things from falling off of my desk, the only thing I have to cut down are these newspapers. I'm going to have to move everything because I never have room. Holly's candle and Penelope and the beautiful calendar that Norma sent me. Bless your heart, Norma. Bless your heart. She sent me a flip calendar. And then I can start pasting my scraps in, which might start tonight. All right, so I got 3 pages here, and I want to cut them to 11 by 17. So what's on your art desk tonight? I want to do a list after I get this done. We're going to do a list tonight. Let's see. Susan was his wife. Susanville, Jane, was his daughter. Janesville is where I live. Lassenheim is where I graduated. Really, Holly? Really? Wow, Holly, that's cool. Oh, that's cool, Holly. We know someone who's from there then. Carla says, my biggest fear has always been when I lose my mom. Most of my life, my daddy had health issues. I lived my life, my adult life, waiting on a phone call. Now I'm all alone. I'm not sure if I can handle it. Oh, Carla, you will. You're stronger than you think. But if you break down and cry, just know that that's completely normal. We love our family, all of them. Even if we have our spats, we still love them. Now I need to cut this at 17 inches, so it's 8.5. Now, do I want to cut it? Let's cut it this way first. I forget how I cut that other one. Maybe I should cut it 2 at a time. Mary's mumbling to herself. How am I going to do this? Now, see, this one I want to keep. Most of the images are on the bottom of the page, on this inside page. See, most of the cool images. So I want to cut it. I want it 8.5 this way, and I believe 11 this way. So I want to cut this at 11 here. And some of it will probably get cut off. I mean, you know, you do what you save what you can. Holly, I think it's neat that you're from that area. See, and I even like, I like the text. Frenchman Lake Fishing Report. A visit to historic Smith Flat House continued from page 3. So some of this stuff is current. Now, I want this to be 8.5. And 8.5 is going to cut off some of this. But I want the fold. So I'm just going to close my eyes and cut it. And I'll save some of this for doodle inspiration here. Oh, she'll go back in. See, maybe I'll put these in my glue book, or I'll put them back in the. So let's see. I folded that one. Mary's getting her head together here. So this one should be about the same size as this one that I folded. And it is. It is. So I want to cut these two at. Let's see what's going on here. I think on these inside pages, most of the images, this one isn't, but most of the images are on the bottom. So I want this at 11, right? 8.5 by 11. And by 8.5. Now, I think Keisha's Creations is on tonight. I think she did a pop-up jewelry sale. I don't know how late she's going to be on, but she's going to have her sale the, what is it, the 5th, 6th, and 7th, I believe, of February. It's that weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, first weekend in February. Just letting you know if you're interested. I bought all that lace from her. So this gets some. I love this little girl. Lassen Addressing Service. And then there's one there. And these, I don't think I cut. I don't think I got too much off of this. It's all text. But I'll save all of this because I'm not going to throw it away. it'll go in my other. All right, I have one more. Now this one, I think I'm going to cut from the top down. I'll cut a part of her off, but that's how it's going to be. And I'll be cutting a part of this off in here too. And there's Susanville. Susan, there's Susanville right here. I don't see Janeville on here. I see Greenville. I don't see Greenville, but I see Susanville right there. All right, we want this cut at 11. And these are the only 3 that I'm going to cut. I might have to see if I can order this, because I do like it. I like it for the images. I'll have to see what see, I'm getting her feet, but that's okay. It looks like she's going places. And this is just advertisement here. Aw, and the little doggy there. That's perfect. Love isn't everything. It's the only thing. Kensington Publishing Company. Music in the swing era. So even these advertisements here are cool. But I saved, well, let's go ahead and cut this before I say I saved too much. Because I'm going to have to cut off a part of this just to make it fit. But so be it. There it went. What did I kill here? If I do it, oh, well, that's cool. I can use that as a fussy, as a collage element. And even this in here is cool. I love all the designs. Would make really neat doodle inspiration. So I'll be saving that. All right, I'm done. I'm done talking about that. Let's see what you guys are chatting about out there. Kathy says, she's laughing at Holly. Holly said, Donner, dang my typing. I understand, Holly. Oh, Donner Pass is living up to its name. Snow, not cannibalism. Oh, hi, Tim. Tim is Designs by CAD Pro. Tim does, welcome, Tim. Tim does our Saturday. I got Saturday and studio mixed up. Our Saturday video hop. Tim participates in that. Welcome, Tim. And what I really liked about Tim did the a lily pad in our January hop, and what I really liked about it was I liked the art, but I liked his video editing. I thought he did a really good job on video editing. You can take that to the bank, Tim. Of course, I don't have any money to pay you, but all right, 1, 2. I'm putting together a February journal, Tim. I like to do journaling every month. I'm going to put those down there. I'm going to have some tea. And I'm using a community newspaper from out in California where Holly used to live. So I think I got 4 out, but I decided I wanted a couple more. So we're just going to fold these up, and then I'll put my other pages in between. I like to have writing and drawing space. Well, let's see. I have 4 and 3 is 7 times 4 is 28. And I think I just want a couple more pages. And then I'll use that other for, see, this is wrinkled already. I'm going to use it. All right, we'll put this down here. All righty, so 1, 2, and what did I do with the other one? 1, 2, and I think I put the other one in here. And I think I'll put 2 pages in here. Because when I write on these pages with my Pen Plus gears, the ink goes through. And let me show you what I have to do. Now this I wrote on with my Sharpie pen, so it didn't hurt it so much. I could write on both sides. But on here, I used my Pen Plus gear, and it soaks right through. So what I'm thinking I'll do here is just draw on this and let the text be a part of the drawing, or watercolor. But see, this is the same thing here. So I like to have more white pages. This is personal stuff. But this is my January one. And I'm doing this, right in here, I'm buying February art journal. Like this, but maybe smaller. I wrote. So I made the cover the other night, and so I'm doing this one now. Now, what I really want, though, is this. I want this other one in here. I want this one right at the first. Right, after this. Here comes a train. I will put this one. And then a couple more. Yeah, here comes a train. And then this one. And this one. And this should be enough for February, I would think. It's just a one signature journal. And because I'm also going to be doing the 29 faces with Ayala. And I'm going to be doing those in a smaller journal that I put together. A perfect binding journal. And I noticed APG Jamie had a video out on perfect binding, if you're interested. Now, perfect binding is just where you glue the edges of your loose papers together. I don't know why they call it perfect. There must be a reason. Mine don't come out so perfect. What else is going on out here? Just a long day working at your job. Now it's fun time, Tim says. Yep. Now you get to relax, Tim. Mary, Mary will keep you busy, Tim. She gives lots of ideas. Well, what I'm going to do, I think I posted out there. I have to go back, and I have to tell you, I'm not the best because I get over to Facebook when I can. I was better on Messenger, but I like the Facebook. I moved all the video group from Messenger over to Facebook because Facebook, you have a little bit more flexibility in communicating with the posts. Messenger, everything it's just a feed. And, but what I think, and I posted in the group that what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to give them topics. Like I'm going to give them a topic for February, March, April, May, June, July. But sometimes people don't always jive with the topic, you know, their head is someplace else, and that's okay. So I think I'm going to give them the option to either do the topic or do a wild card, do what they want to do. But if they do, then they're going to have to let me know what they're going to do so I can put it on the schedule. So we're going to have a theme, but if the theme isn't jiving with them for that month, I want them to still, because I don't want this to be a group where, you know, you get all uptight about what am I going to do? I want to do a video, but I don't know what that means, you know. I don't want that to happen. I just want them to have fun. And if everybody chooses to do their own thing, well, we'll have, as long as they tell me what their thing is, we'll have streams of things. Not streams. It won't, this is the video hop. This isn't the stream hop. And in our Sunday night group, my goodness, they're coming up with their own stuff. I just sit and listen. This is the Velcro together part. I mean, they've already chosen all their topics through July, I believe. So they like to be organized. I'm going to go ahead and bind this. I'm just going to do a simple pamphlet binding here. Simple stuff. I'm just going to do the three holds, and I'm just eyeballing it. And I don't do because this is, you know, this is not hard stuff. This goes through pretty easy, pokes through these papers pretty easy. And this is the bottom. Let's see, the top, and I'm going maybe about 1.5 inches from the bottom here and poking in. And 1.5 inches from the top and in. And then I always go, because yes, I'm going to do the tassel, about 1/2 inch down and another poke in there. And that should be all I need. And I am going to, if I can get to it here, I'm going to, of course it's over in the corner. I'm going to use red thread for February. Now on pamphlet binding, let's see, I'm going to have to move some of this stuff off my desk or my threads will catch everything. I'll just set it down there for now. This shouldn't take me too long because this is just a simple binding. I'm going to move my, I don't need my knife. I don't need my palette knife. I'll put it over there. I'm going to see if I can leave all this other stuff over here. Maybe it'll probably grab onto it, but we'll see. Now, if you're doing a simple pamphlet stitch, you guys know you just use the length of your journal like this and leave extra on both sides and then triple it. 1, 2, 3. But because I make a tassel and I double this thread because I like to have my thread doubled. So I'm going to, I do about 15 and then I double that. So here we're going to count 1, and this is pretty long here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I dropped 1. 7. Yeah, bring it down a little. 8, 9, 10, 11. It doesn't have to be exact. I'm going to let that dangle. 12, 13, 14. It's a little bit harder since I'm trying to do it under. Okay, so I got about 15 here. And by the time I double that and stitch it in here, it'll make a really nice tassel on the outside. So let's go ahead and double it. And I might get a little tangle here because I kind of twisted it. And I'll try to keep it untangled. If you shake it out, the tangles will, if you don't pull it, that kind of shake on this, that it's not knotted, it's just laying on top of each other here. So I'm just pulling it out, and it looks like a lot of thread to bind with, and it is, but it really isn't that hard either if you just go slow. This is my favorite way to bind my journals, and the tassel does not get in my way when I'm working. If it was big and huge and clunky, it might, but these aren't. These are just a thread tassel. I might have a little knot going here if I'm not careful. Pull it out. Always pull the knots out. You don't pull them tight, you pull them out, because they're not really knots. They're just thread laying on top of each other, and if you pull it tight, then it does not. Okay, I'm about there. Okay, we're going to clip that. Don't let that scare you. It's not hard, Mary says. Okay, Penelope, I need you now. I need the needle. I always use this needle to bind with because I like that little, I don't like the curved. The curved needles, the bookbinding needles may be good for some things, but I find them hard to handle. I like it with just the pointy curve. It just curves maybe about a 30-degree angle there, the point. And that's what I like. And I thread the 2 open ends through my needle. There's the 2 open ends there. And I've shown you guys how to do this, but just in case you missed it, I'm going to do it again tonight. And then I always start, I poke 2 holes up at the top. That's because I'm going to make my tassel right with my binding. And I always start on the inside on the 2nd hole down on the top. And then I just poke my needle through and I start pulling it through, and I got all this stuff over here. And I know that's going to be an issue. Let me pull it all off. You see, I got all this loose stuff on my desk. My thread is going to find that and pull at it and tug at it. I should have a little box here. And I have boxes, and I put this stuff in boxes, and then I put the boxes away, and then I start another pile. Do you guys do that? All right. So I'm just going to pull this through gently. I didn't get it all off. Just gently pull this through. Keep it as straight as possible. And I got it caught on the edge of my book here. And once you get it pulled through to all 3 holes and go back and start making the tassel, then it really gets easy. It gets easier. The shorter the thread gets, the easier this gets. And I can tell you, I already have a longer thread on one. Let's see if I can straighten that out a little. There. And just pull it through. It's longer too. It's okay to have a longer thread, but you'll eventually want to straighten that out. Pull it through, pull it through. Sometimes I pull it through faster than I should. I should slow down. I'm almost there. And of course, see my thread hooked onto my paintbrush over here. It just found it. It just said, oh, there's a paintbrush. Let's grab it. All right. So then on the inside of my journal, let's pull this clear through here. On the inside of my journal, here's the end of my thread with the loop. I leave that there, and I take my needle and go back from the outside back to the inside, back through that hole, if I can find it here. Yeah. Let me turn it around. I have to see where I'm going here. Sometimes it's easier if you go through the cover first and then go through the papers, and I'm going to try to do that. Go through the cover, and I'm going through the top hole. I just have to find it. Get off my finger. That's right. And it's easier if you're not trying to do it underneath the camera. It's right where? Right there. Okay, so I pulled it through the cover. I pulled the needle through the cover. Keep that thread there. And now I want to go through the papers, which is right in there. Come on, get in there. You're there. Not holding my needle straight. There it goes. Now I need to straighten out my papers. Turn my book back around. And then we just gently, ever so gently, because see, it wants to pull on anything it can find. So we're just going to pull this, and you just kind of try to keep it straight. It'll want to tangle up on you, but you just, if you go slow, you'll be fine. I'm talking to Mary here, just pulling it through. And one thread gets a little bit longer than the other, and I go back in and straighten that out when a thread gets a little shorter here. But just keep, so I pull on one, sometimes I pull on one thread and not the other, and that makes the threads uneven. Pulling it through. Pulling it through, pulling it through. And it just takes patience. It just takes a little patience. Just don't go fast. If you try to go fast, you'll knot all of that up. And if you get something like that, a pile of that, just shake it loose. Because it's really not knotted. It's just laying on top of it, on each other. Pull it through. Pulling it through. And where this gets really complicated, not complicated, but more involved, is if you have a seven spaced binding pamphlet stitch. I only do 3. Sometimes I'll do 5, but when you do 7, you got a lot of in and out. And I just decided 3 is good enough for me. I'm about done here. So I'll just keep pulling it through till I get to the end. There we go. Now I take my needle. I got to get it all pulled through there. Now I take my needle. Let's pull this tight, smaller. There. Wants to kind of loop up on me. And where my needle is right here. And I go through this little loop. And I pull that tight. So here I'm pulling it all through again. This seems like a lot of work. But to me, in the end, it's a lot cleaner way to bind a journal. You don't have to tie a knot. And I keep going, and I'm going a little fast here. I should slow down or I'm gonna. So just keep pulling it, keeping your threads even. I'm pulling it through that loop. The loop is kind of closed up here, but you can kind of see it. I'm pulling it through that loop. And I want to pull that loop tight, and that forms what's called a blind knot. And then I take my needle, wherever that went off to over here, and sometimes my thread gets buried, so I have to be careful. And then I go through like you normally would. Now I kind of want to push this up a little and go through the center. And it should go through, and it did. And it's the very same thing. You're just going to pull this through. I'm going to put all my thread over here. So I'm pulling it from the center out. And try to keep your thread loose and not tangled. It's a little hard with the longer threads, but if you go slow, you should be okay. If it gets like this, just kind of shake it out. Just kind of shake it out. It's not knotted, it's just sitting on top of each other. And if you shake it loose, it'll fall loose. Keep pulling it through. If I had more room, I don't have much room on my desk. It's small. And I got other stuff on my desk. If I had more room, I would zigzag my threads across my desk so that it laid in kind of a zigzag roll, but I don't have that much room. I got to be careful here. It's shake it loose. Don't pull it tight, pull it out. I'm getting a knot here. The knots happen when your thread wants to twist up on each other. And if you just pull it loose, it won't twist up on each other. Pull it out. There we go. Shake it loose. Shake her loose, shake it loose, shake it loose. The worst thing you can do when you get into this is to pull it tight, because that's just going to knot it up. You want to shake it loose. All right, let's continue pulling on this. Yeah. And sometimes pulling on it wants to tighten it. Yeah. See how I shake it? And it's coming loose. Whoops. There, it's still giving me an issue in there. I'm going to pull this through a little more, get what I have through. It has a natural twist to it, and I think when this thread gets longer, that's what causes it to want to twist, and when it twists, it helps form the knots. But if you just keep it loose, you're going, oh yeah, Mary, Mary, yeah. I'm kind of in a not a knot, it's just all, it's looping in on each other, and I don't want it to do that. And sometimes it'll do this when one thread is longer than the other too. Come on, you're almost there. Don't give me a problem in front of the whole world. I will work at it until I get it. This comes through here. Now, some people at this point would see how this thread is one thread's longer than the other, and that is obviously not a good thing. I should have straightened this thread out before I went back through again. That's causing an issue here too. She almost has it. The world can watch me unknot my thread. And you guys are saying, Mary, just cut it. And I'm not going to cut it. Don't get discouraged when you get into a jam like this. Just keep working at it. It's almost out. It's just a matter of understanding how these threads are looping in on each other. Right there is the issue, right in here. And it's not tight, it's just looping in on each other. Right like that. So this one has to come through here. Now let's take this one. Let's take this. This is the end here and the end there. And that comes there and there and there. And there. Shaky, 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 shaky. Looky, it's coming. Oh, it's almost there. Right in here. I got it. Oh, one little loop. One little loop. Don't knot it now. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get that one out, but it's going to be okay. It'll be okay. All right, let's continue on. Pulling it through, pulling it through. I've got one little knot right here. And I'm not gonna worry about that one. It's just a tiny one. It'll go through, I think. Yeah, it did. So I'm pulling it through. See, it wants to catch on everything. You got to keep your thread straight. Keep your thread straight. This is probably is not for everybody, but this is how I like to bind my journals. And believe me, in the end, I'm happy. In the end, I'm happy. And I don't mind showing when I get into a knot. Most of the time, those knots happen because my paper's cut, my thread is catching on things. And when it catches on, that sometimes one thread gets longer than the other, and then it starts twisting up on itself. It starts twisting up on itself. All right, see it caught on that book cover, just as if I was doing this. And you can do a short thread. I'm just not going to. This is my fun. Right in front of the whole world. There we go. See, it caught onto a thread right there. What did it? Caught onto one of those little those little blue blings I tore off of my doll the other night. sitting here on my desk. There we go. Wow. Whew. All right. Now, one thread gets longer than the other. And to do that, to shorten that, I come here and I just take my thread and I grab it here and then I just start pulling on it like this. And that'll work those threads. That'll keep those threads even. Looks like it's pretty good now, but I just pull, pull, pull. Make sure my threads are even, my double threads, so one doesn't get longer than the other one. So I'm gonna get into a mess here too. Oh yeah, Mary, we're gonna bind just like you do. Yeah. We see how easy it is. I don't know why this got all messed up. Probably because I threw it on top of each other. Now I got another knot going here. Not a knot, just a tangle. There's a difference between a tangle and a knot. A knot is tight. A tangle's just... I'm going to take this needle off. It's causing issues. Well, I usually do a better job of this. It's only because I'm online. I'm too stubborn to put it aside. So you guys can watch. I don't care, she says. How that got all twisted up in there, I don't know. But it does. It really does get easier. You just got to have patience with it. And I'm happy with it in the end. I'm too stubborn to quit. There it comes. Shake her, shake her, shake her. Shake it, shake it. There it is. No, it's not this. I don't know how that gets all looped up inside of itself there, but it does. It manages to. And part of the problem is I'm looking 3 feet away. There we go. I think probably because one thread is longer than the other. See how much longer that thread is? And that's how it comes. It's knotting up on each other there. I have to get it up to my nose. Why it's doing that? Another little knot there. I'm going to leave it. I'm not so sure about this. Did you ever have a knot that you had to work out? It's like untangling your life sometimes. You just don't give up. You don't give up. Don't give up on the tangles. There's a moral to this story someplace in this knot. If your life is all knotted, don't give up. It'll work out. Your thread's too long. I think one thread was longer than the other. I'm pretty sure of it. And that's what caused this here. If I can just pull it out. Yeah. Without knotting it up down here. That's this thread. You guys probably have a headache by now. I'm sorry. I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting till this thread is straightened out. Because it's all the same color, I lose track of the threads. Which one was I pulling on? I would look at chat, but I can imagine what you guys are saying to me. Cut it, Mary. I'm too stubborn to cut it. See, it's there's that much longer thread in there, and that's causing an issue. And I'm trying to straighten it out. I'm getting it. I just don't have long enough arms. There we go. So if you run into a knot in life, don't give up on it. That's the moral of the story. How'd that ever come out even? I don't know. Let's rethread my needle. Whew. I'm not even going to look at chat. I don't want to know what you guys are saying about it. I don't want to know. Where am I at on here? I came from the inside to the outside, from the top down. So I'm going to go from the outside into the inside on the back. I'm going to go through the cover first. I'm going to go through the cover first, right there. And then I'm going to go through the pages. Where are my pages? All right, up in here. Right there. Now, let's take this real slow. Don't let those threads catch on my book. Let's see if I can do this slow. Pull it up. Pull it so it doesn't get tangled. And what I'm doing is my thread right here, I'm going from here to there rather than going to here and then piling it onto the top of my thread here. If I kept going like this, the thread that I want is on the bottom of my pile. If I move it across my desk like this, the thread that I want is over here, and then I can work that way. And that's why I say if I had a bigger desk, I've only got 2 feet of space to work in here. And this takes a little bit more room to do it this way. But it's also safer. I knew I'd get it if I just worked at it. Sometimes you just can't let that stuff stop you. This is that one knot I left in there. There. I could have gotten that one out too, but I was too tired to work with it. Yeah, wants to catch on stuff. There we go. And it gets better. The shorter your thread gets, the easier it is. I don't expect anybody to do this just because they see me do it, but I do like to explain what I'm doing. And even when I get knots, I like to explain how I get out of them. All right, this looks good. It's looking good on the back. So my thread is coming from this side of my desk over to that side. So I'm going to take my needle again from this side of my desk. This is why it's good to do a three-hole pamphlet stitch. I'm going to go back through the center. And so my thread is coming from here, and it's pulling from this way over to this way. And so I'm going to pull it through. Maybe. Pull it through. And here again, I need to go up this way. So this gets a little, I need more room on my desk is what I need. Someday I'll have all the space that I need. So I'm pulling it through the center to the outside. And you try to keep it from getting tangled here. That was a work. I don't generally get into that bad of a knot situation. It always happens when I'm doing it online. Generally, I'm pretty careful about my threads. Or I would get disgusted and not do it anymore. But generally, it goes pretty good for me. But I guess it's good for you to see that it can happen. Here comes that one knot, that one little knot right here. Thread's longer than the other one here. He went through fine. I can push this over a little now. But when I did, see how it knotted up there, how it pulled to it. You gotta be careful when you do that. Keep it clean. That's grabbing onto the papers. I will have a journal when I'm done. I will have my February journal ready to go, ready to work in. You'll see me, we're working in it all the month of February. There it goes, see? So now we want to take it from here on the back, and I put it through this little stitch right there. And see how it zigzags up there? Like almost like a Christmas candy? That helps keep it from pulling loose, knotting up. Rather than having your thread just all piled on top of itself. So just pull it through the knot here. And I usually try to come from the top down. And you can go in. I can do that too. You can go in one, depending on what you want. I do it both ways. I'm going to go in here. Go through that same bottom one if I can. Maybe I won't. Am I going in there? Yeah. Yeah. Just do the same thing, pull it through, and be careful that you don't knot it up again. I hope this isn't boring to you guys. It's not boring if I make mistakes, is it? And I'm going to zigzag it again at the top here if I can. Just for the fun of it. I don't always go back through this again. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Pulling it through, keep this from twisting up here. Kind of keep it zigzaggy. When I get impatient with it, I let this thread pile up on top of itself. And that's when you get into issues. If you zigzag it like this, it doesn't grab onto itself as much. It has to have its space. It has to have its space. See, I piled it up there. I'll probably get into some issues there. Let me straighten this out a little. And it's work, but you know, it's bookbinding. It's making your own journal. And I'm always happy with them in the end. Let me pull this over here. Let's see what's going on over here. See, this has that natural twist, you know, like you, I don't know if you've ever made twisted cord by taking your yarn and tying it to a doorknob and then pulling it and then letting it twist up. That's what this wants to do. And that's why you see it's got its natural twist there. So it wants to twist. I'm trying to keep it straight. I need 10 hands. There it is. That's good. Now, once more for the good times. I'm going from the inside back out to the outside, and then I'll start making my tassel. And to me, this is all worth it. Some of you may just say, I'll just do the pamphlet stitch and put a tassel on it. And you can do that. But for me, I like my tassel, and it's so much cleaner. Look how clean that is on the inside. Now, I'm still working. I'm not clean all the time. I'm still working with putting 3. And Susan, I think, did you win my December journal? I think you did. And I had 3 pamphlet stitches here, and I got them crooked in there. So I'm still working with getting 3 signatures and getting them looking nice and neat. I'm not the best at that. I'm still learning that part. So I'm not perfect by any means. But on these, I'm only putting 1 signature in, so I'm not going to worry about it. Sometimes, if I would pre-punch my holes, I do punch them. I punch them, put in one signature and punch and put in the other signature. If I would punch all the holes at the same time, I would probably have better luck. But Meri never does what she should do. She always does what she does. And this is that one little guy in there that's pulling on the paper. I probably lost half of you here. Sorry about that. I'm going to bind my journal, though. I never said it was an exciting chat every Friday night. I like to do my art. Dude, I'll come out and chat after I get this done. There we go. There we go. And I really do like it. Now I can take these clips off. And I'll put these back over on my stand where I can find them. I'm going to get some more of these. I got them on order. Put all of this up here. And my needle. Now, to make my tassel, I flip my book open like so and turn it this way. My teacup on here. To make my tassel, I come about, and I might have to move all this down. We'll see. I come about 3 inches below the bottom of the book here, and I loop it. I bring it down, I bring my thread down, and I loop it back up. And then I kind of just have that loop right here. And I take my needle and I go over my 2 threads and under that little stitch up at the top. And I come back in between my needle thread and this thread, which goes off into the pile of threads. And that will form my knot. Right? I think. Did I do that right? Let me pull this through. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure I did that right. I'm not sure I'm telling you right. And these threads have to go over here. I might knock these up again. I might have to work them out. Just the very act of moving messes them up. It's not too bad. All right. Keep my loop. Here's my loop. I don't know why I'm having such a problem with this tonight. I'm not doing this right. Let me take it all out. I need to start down here. I'm having a problem because I'm trying to demonstrate it. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I think. Got it in there. Why are you there? Well, that's such a short length. I'm going to snip that. I don't want to fool with it. All right. see if I can do this again here. Forget how I did it. I should do this more often, once a month. All right. Make my loop. Bring my thread, needle over and between the two threads, and that should make a knot. There's my loop. That's a pretty big loop. We're gonna leave it. Or we're gonna make it a little shorter. Mary's got to have her tassels. There we go. And just to make sure that's a secure knot, this thread is awful twisty. I'm going to take these two and tie them in a knot, a shoelace knot. I take it like that and bring it through. Come on, like that. And just make sure, I like a lot of knots up here on my tassel because then I know it won't pull out. All right, now I'm ready to do the second loop. This one's pretty long. I'm not going to make them all that long. I'm going to make another loop like that. Bring my needle over and through the little half stitch up there and through my thread and my needle thread. And then I just pull that through. And you have to kind of, it gets easier when the thread gets shorter. I usually hand Penelope my needle. Keep your thread from getting tangled as much as you can. I've got two loops here. And I'm just pulling it through, pulling it through. I'm always happy with it in the end. I'm boring you guys stiff, I believe. Oh, well, I'll have a journal. There we go. I'll come out and chat when I get this done. And then this will make the, I'll pull this a little tighter here. That'll make a knot. And just to make sure, sometimes I knot this several times. Just the more you knot it, the less apt it is to pull loose. And this will all be worked into the top of the tassel anyway. So now I'm going for my next loop, which I think is my fourth one, third or fourth one. Pull it this way, grab my needle, go over my threads, we'll go over the little under the half stitch and through the two threads there. Now my thread is getting shorter, so it's getting easier to handle. pull it through like that. And it's always easier on a smaller journal. It's always easier on a smaller journal. And just pull it tight. It makes a knot. Then the next loop. Almost forgot how I did this. Go underneath, on top, underneath, and pull it through. Pull it through. Try to keep your thread straight. Pull it through. Make a knot. Next one. Make that a little longer. Over and under. And pull it through. Now it's getting real easy to handle. Because it's shorter. It still catches on things, so. Pull it through, knot it. Keep going. Over and under. By the end of this year, you guys will get sick of me binding these journals. Because I'm planning on doing one every month. And I plan on doing them in between book covers. These are report covers. And the pages were Valentine pages out of I think it was a collector's encyclopedia that I got for fussy cutting, and I could not fussy cut those images. So I left them full page size, and I'm glad I did, because now I'm using them for my cover for my February art journal. I'm almost done here. I just keep looping it until I get to I think this will be my last loop, because then I'm going to tie wrap it at the top. Wrap my tassel at the top. Should I do one more? I don't think I'll have enough. No. So what I do to do that is I take my needle. I'll come around this way. And I just keep putting my needle through underneath that little, or you could even go underneath the big thread. You want to just form that. We want to wrap the top of the tassel. And we're just going to keep wrapping it around is what I call it. You just keep wrapping your thread around. Keep going under and over and under and over. And by the time you get done, it looks like the top of a tassel. And I've got plenty of thread to do this. Under, over. I see I've got a little loose one in there. I'm going to work it in. If I can. So what do I do in these journals? Well, I'm going to do my February journal. I write in them. I keep my project list. I write down ideas. Sometimes I write notes to myself. I'll draw in them. Whatever comes to mind. But I'm going to do Ayala's 29 Faces. So I'm making this one just a little pages as I traditionally put in these. And by the time you do one every month, you have quite a stack of them, and they make a nice yearly journal. I think I'm getting quite a bit on here now. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to tie a knot right at the top. It's already got a knot there. No, no. I'm good, I'm good. So my threads are not. Let's just tie a knot. Maybe a second one just to make sure it's nice and secure. Just bring it under, just like you tie a knot. And then I take my thread, I take my needle, and I thread it through, or try to thread it into the back and through that center as much as possible. See where I put my needle? I put it from the top to the bottom, kind of in the center of all that. But I try to get it on the back because I want my thread to come on the back of the tassel. And then I just pull it through. And like I can take my needle off at this point. Give it back to Penelope. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through. And this thread and the knot itself becomes a part of the tassel. And my threads are uneven. Let me straighten these threads out. There we go. There we go. So now, all I have to do is cut the tassel. It seemed like, that long thread seems like a bother, but it really, in the end, it works for me. So now I'm just going to take my scissors, and you can cut it at any length. I generally cut it just a little bit shorter than the length of the book. You don't want it, you could cut it longer, but I generally cut it, oh, maybe about there. And cut it as straight as possible. Like that. And there's my journal. Yay! Now, we could do some little charms up here. We might do that later. But now I got all this. And I've been known to set this out. See, I've got this long thread here. I'll set this aside for a minute. I've been known to take these threads and lay them out flat. Why waste your thread? You paid good money for it. Look, that's a nice length of thread there. Why waste that? That's even longer. So I'll just lay them out flat here. Lay them out flat. Now, I'm not saying that this makes this nice of a tassel. You could do two things. You could knot it here. This one is long enough. Some of them aren't long enough to knot, but you can knot this, get it all in there. Hopefully I got it all. Come on, come through. Do I have it all? I don't know if I do or not. Let me do that again. Some are longer than the others. You don't have to knot it. It's better if you can knot it, because if you can get this knotted, then the threads aren't as apt to pull out as if you just tied a, get this one more in there, get in there. There we go. There we go. That's not beautiful clean, but it's there. There's just a knot, and then just fold it in half. And take your thread and put it back on your needle. Now, sometimes I just take my thread, this thread here. I see I'm missing a thread here. Sometimes I'll take my thread here and just wrap it around the center. But you have to be careful doing that, because if you do that, you're just wrapping that thread and these can pull out. This way, if I knot it and fold it in half, these threads aren't going to pull out as easy. And then I'm just going to make a little tassel out of this and clip it off. And I'll have 2 tassels out of my thread, and it's less waste. I'll have a tassel for embellishment. And let's just put it through. I just stick my needle in there, pull it through. You could let that thread be a part of the tassel and make a knot. Make a knot. Come on. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be a knot. Come on. Make a knot like that. And then take this up at the top and wrap around. Wrap it around. And depending on the length of your needle, you want another knot in here so it doesn't. And this thread could be a little longer. Let's see if I can get it through there. There we go. And now I got this thread that I can make the hanger with. And it's just a way to use up your leftover thread. You could toss it. I see I got a little loopy in there. Oh, where that's coming through the bottom there. Let's push this through the center. I'll let that be part of it, and then I'm going to make a knot here up at the top. And then I'm going to make a loop, a hanger. That should be enough. Yeah. Not that. Yeah, I didn't pull that through right. Keep my top thread short. Let's make another knot. There, and put it back through. Put it back through the tassel. And out the bottom. And there we have a little tassel that needs to be trimmed. And I'm going to throw away the threads after that. You could save them and make a nest. Trim it as even as I can. There we go. This will throw. All right. Mary's had her fun. Let's come out and chat. Here's my journal. I like my journal. You'll be seeing me work on this in February. I'm going to do a little Santos doll that looks like this for the head. And here's my papers, my Nataqua News. I'm going to see if I can't order that. What am I going to do with this? Well, I'll find a place to hang it. On my little doll. Where's my little doll? She's over here. Let's just hang her on here for now. Let's hang her on the back of this butterfly. I'll give her to my doll. Just like that for now. So this is my February art journal. I like to get it done before the beginning of the month. I don't like to be in the middle of the month and start my journal, making my journal. That doesn't work. So there it is. With my beautiful tassel. All right, let's go look at chat. I'm sorry, I get into the zone. I get into the zone and I have to get it done. Let's pull my, what's going on here? Well, let's unplug it for now. My cord. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's chat. Hi, Mary Berry. She says, congratulations for getting it done, Mary. It's an hour of chat, of me chatting, of me showing you what I was doing. Well, you know, I had to stop and get that knot out of there. Now, I could have set that aside and said, oh, I'll handle this later. But I don't know, a part of me wanted you guys to see how I work myself out of that stuff. First of all, it can happen. If you're not careful, it can really happen. And I wanted you to see how I work myself out of it. And the thing of it is not to pull your threads tight. Jiggle them loose as much as you can. You might need to get your needle in there and work them loose. Carla says, Mary, did you finish your 50s style Santos doll? She's not done yet. She's right here. I was gonna paint on the poodles tonight. She's right here. She's nice and dry. All she really needs is, when I made this little doll, I was explaining the other night, when I attached this doll to the stand, the cage is all done. It needs to be decorated. But what I need to do here is I'm going to take a piece of cardboard, say this is the cardboard, I'm going to cut a slit in it, and I'm going to cut the slit so it opens at the side here so I can work my little doll in there. And then I'll put glue there and glue it down on the top of this. Now, it won't be as thick as my fingers, it'll be cardboard. And that'll keep her standing up like that. Then I'm going to put 3 little poodles here. I'm going to make some little records out of, that cardboard I have is too thick to cut little circles out of. I might just make the records out of cardstock. And Mitzi suggested I do a jukebox, and I'm going to take a Crayola, a pink Crayola, and wrap paper around it and make a little pink lipstick. And I might do a compact or a little purse. So she's almost done as far as the constructing of her. I'm real happy with, really am happy with it. I was reading the chat. I was reading the chat afterwards, because I do kind of go through and breeze through the chat. Not all the time now, but most, I do, because I noticed Rosemary had said when I hooked these bobby pins in, I had cut slits in the in this bottom cardboard here, and I fit my bobby pins inside of those slits on both the top and bottom, and glued it in there, and that holds it. But I noticed Rosemary has suggested poking a hole, taking a punch, and I could do that with my crocodile, punching holes at each side and fitting your bobby pin down through. And I think that would work, and it might be cleaner. So I have to show you what I'm thinking here. Carla, you asked, so here we go. I have several things I want to try. So you might be seeing me make various versions. I'm going to finish my 50s ones. But look, I have these keys. I have these keys. And I have 8 of them. Now, I think I got these on Amazon. I'm just going to put them out like this for now. And put them like so. So, and I think I'll put the key part up at the top and let the legs be lace of the skirt. So have it going like, gosh, it's hard to show you guys. Have the lace be have the legs, this very frilly part of the key, be lace on the skirt. And these keys aren't all the same. There's some lacy and there's some plain. They all look like lace, but let's make sure I got 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I want this one's kind of bent. This one got bent. They are metal. That one's bent. That one didn't make the trip. Yeah, I got 8 of them. But I think this will make real pretty lace at the bottom of the skirt. And even at the top, the key portions will form a part of it. So I want to do that. And I don't know if I'll do that with the Valentine one. I do want to make one in February, but I'm going to finish the 50s one. But, you know, I can have one and be embellishing one while the other one's being glued together. But yeah, I got these on Amazon. You guys got me started on Amazon. They weren't very expensive, to tell you the truth. They were, I forget what I paid for them, but they were not that expensive. They were made in China. All right, let's go back to chat. Let me have a sip of tea. I'd probably end up making a Nouveau one. A Nouveau Sancho's doll. An Art Nouveau doll. Hi, Artie Dar. Yeah, I know you make dolls. Oh, you make dolls with keys for arms and legs? Very cool. You're going to have to make you a Santos doll. I think the ends of those, the top end of those keys will make a pretty lace around the cage. And I wasn't sure how this was going to turn out here, but after it's all dry and everything, and this is on the bottom anyway, you know, you can see my super glue, my hot glue there. But after you turn it over this way, it really doesn't matter that much. And I love that these are made out of bobby pins. I love that they're made out of bobby pins. And the little gal here, I think I'm going to leave her. I don't know if I'll put a face on her because I'm afraid that I'll mess her up her face. What I might do is take a piece of paper and trace her face on a piece of paper and practice her face before I draw it on there. Sometimes if I just go and start drawing it, I mess it all up. But I know when I was making Becky's little pocket pals, I learned not to draw right on the piece. I learned to draw the face first and get a sense of what I wanted. And then after I got it, you know, I could kind of transfer it over onto the doll. And then I won't ruin the doll. I'm kind of happy with how she turned out in the long run. I'm going to take some of this same bling. Well, I'll show you from this bling in here will look nice. Where is it? Oh, I put it in the glue book. Let me get it out. Let me get it out because I want to show you. We'll just do a little chat in here. Well, get my glue book out. This. So I can cut these little pieces out and they go real good with this blouse. And I might put some of that on there and some of the little blue bling up on her hairband. And I might put some, see, on my other doll, on this doll, I'm going to get some of that white eyelash and put on the back. So I'm not sure if I'm going to put anything on the back of her or not. I might put the jukebox on the back of her. I might have the jukebox sitting on the back of the Santos doll on this one. We'll see. I'm not sure where I go. You guys always have given me good ideas, so. Hi, Lala. She says, blanket high and hugs. Y'all, I'm gonna lurk. Fibromyalgia makes typing hard today. Oh, I'm so sorry. And you've been doing all that packing. Are you done with your packing, Lala? She says she's crocheting Valentine hearts for the grandkids. Oh, wow. All right. Take some time. Crocheting is a relaxing hobby. Riri says, they must be beautiful. Big plastic bag full of stuff to make it worth your while. I'm not sure what that is up above. They're saying hello to Lala. Why is it called a Santos doll? I think I did not follow Rosemary, all of Rosemary's chats, but I think Allie Kay said it was because the original artist's name was Santos, Santos, who started doing these dolls. I think they're Spanish in nature. I think they started over in Spain, and Mexico is probably. I don't know that. I don't want to say too much because I never researched the history, but I do know that Allie Kay said that the original artist's name was Santos, Santos, and so they called them Santos dolls. Yeah, and we could look it up here, but I'm pretty sure that's what Allie Kay said in the last chat. Yeah. Hi, Anlar. Her back is perfect. Didn't her back come out nice? Yeah. You know, when I first did that, I was seeing this to be more of a 1960s style, but I don't know if you get the poodles on the cage here. I'm going to paint some little poodles, draw and paint some little poodles. I don't know. I might do more than 3. I was thinking 3. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. There's 8. Put 1 on every other bobby pin. Have 1 standing up, 1 sitting down, maybe 1 kind of walking sideways, something like. I'll have to think of 4 different positions. Maybe, I don't know if laying down would be, but I still got that glue in there. I haven't got my hot heat gun in there and pulled out all the strings yet on this one. In fact, I did this the other night and set it down, and that was that. I haven't been in here all day. All right, what else? Let's see, Cheryl's here. Artie Dar said, I made a few already a few years ago. Oh, the Santos dolls. You did? Very cool. Very cool. Mary, I just saw your Scrabble word. And Lar has started playing Scrabble with me. And let me tell you, she challenges me. She challenges me. So, but I did a word. I was so proud of myself. I have to say, sometimes when you do those high school words, it isn't that you're so smart. It's that the letters fell at the right time. And I got a 69-point word. And I was so proud of myself, I had to take a picture of it and show it to Anne. So, yeah, Anne beat the pants off of me my first game, but we'll see. She'll probably do it again the second game, but that's okay. She challenges me. Anybody who makes you think it's good to have them around. Yeah, sometimes in Scrabble, I think, and I see that I play Scrabble online, and I like to play dominoes online. I do the little quick game. I don't get into a lot of tournaments and stuff like that. You know, I just play for the fun of it. But I am playing against somebody out there. I don't know who they are because we're all avatars. But I've noticed I'm playing dominoes. It's the luck of the draw. sometimes. There is some thinking about it, like, do I want to play this one or that one and why? But sometimes it's the luck of the draw. Sometimes you win right away, you have the dominoes just fit, you just lickety split through it. And then the next time you draw every domino on the whole board, you think, give me a play. So let's see. What else are we talking about out here? Mary, did you finish the 50 style? Susan said, we watched it. Now we can all do it too. The next time we have a knot, what are we going to do? You're going to shake it, shake it, shake it. Because most of the time, what happens with these long threads is, especially because I double my thread, and I suppose it could happen with a single thread too. But what will happen is, as I'm working, I might pull on one thread and not the other one. So it leaves a long thread and a short thread like that. And then that will get all, as it sits there in its pile, and as I'm pulling, it gets all tangled up, and one thread might get under the other, and that's how you get your knots. The other way you get your knots is, as I was saying, as I was making those tassels, if you've ever made twisted thread, like a twisted braid, not a braid so much, but a twist, like you can take a piece of yarn and wrap it around, loop it around your doorknob, and you have two pieces. Say this is your doorknob here, and you wrap that thread around your doorknob, and you can pull it like that, and then you let it twist like this, and it'll all twist up. It's a needlework twist, but it makes a twisty thread like this. It makes a twisted trim like that. There's a way to do it. But I noticed that happening with my thread as I'm going in and out of these pamphlet stitches. It's like that thread gets all, and it wants to spin back on each other, and it's just like it's making that twisted trim. I suppose because I'm holding it here and I'm pulling it there, and then you kind of let it find its give, and it'll twist up on each other. So you got to be careful with it. But let's see what else is going on out here. Susan said we watched it. Now we can all do it. Let's see. Speaking of boxes, Jack's, Popeyes, and Bojangles has huge takeout boxes shaped like a house. Oh, really? If you order for family dinners. They are great to decorate for crafty goodie storage. There you go. Let's see. We might have a Popeyes around here. I don't think we have Jack's or Bojangles. We don't have Popeyes locally. I'd have to go up to where I go shopping with Hobby Lobby. And I haven't been to Hobby Lobby since last November. I was going to go once and spend all my money. And I got as far as where we go grocery shopping, and my brother sent me all around town on errands, and I was tired, so I came home. I didn't spend my money at Hobby Lobby. He said, "What, did you spend all your money?" And I said, "No, I ran all around town for you." Artie Dar says that she's working on file folder journals with pages. On my winter birds just now, next is cut up garden seed catalogs. I made a pretty box to keep them in. Very cool. Very cool. Carla says, just about everything I find interesting, but some things I know better. Say stabbing a needle into felt over and over and over definitely is hazard to my fingers. Me too. Me too. Keep those fingers out of the way. Susan says she likes felting on something like a purse or sweater. Oh, there's Holly. She said she's doing Dee Dee's art card swap. I'm glad you mentioned that, Holly, if you're listening. There's no commitment. You either send them in or you don't. I wanted to do the fantasy garden, and did I bring that? Well, I'll come back to that. I might work on that a little tonight. What time is it? It's already 10 o'clock. I spent all my time minding this journal. I doubt you'd forget a swap. I don't do them because I never know when I might feel well enough to make something and then actually mail it. Boy, Carla, boy, do I understand. With Dee Dee, though, there's no commitment. You just, if you don't sign up for it. You make them, and she has a deadline date, and I kind of like that idea. You have a deadline date. I think it's, well, she's got it posted. It's either the 13th or the 17th of February. Check Dee Dee's channel. I think she posted it on her community tab. I think. I'm not sure. I saw it out there. But you make them. You make 3, 1 for Dee Dee and 2 to swap. So you send in 3 and you'll get 2 back. Beth has been felting in her lives. We are swapping our little felts we were doing. Oh, that's cool. Beth does a lot of different projects. I just don't have the time. I had a little time this afternoon she was on, but I have to tell you, I knew I was going to be streaming tonight. And, 8 hours of arting gets to be a lot. So, but I do support Beth. I support everything she does. She does wonderful. She does all these games. If I go out there to Beth and on her channel, I'll go out and do a game with her or a paint along. I like those. But I don't get out there all the time. There's too much to do. Is that cruel yarn? Are you talking, if you were talking to me, Sue, if I was just working with, this is just crochet thread. I don't know if she was asking about this or not, but this is just regular red crochet thread. I don't even know the label. I get it at Hobby Lobby or at the thrift store. Sometimes you can get this at the thrift store and it's not even been opened. It's brand new. All right. Kathy said good night. I think Aunt Beck probably said good night too. I don't see her in here. Persistent pays off. Good job, Mary. Now don't do it again. That must have been the knot. That must have been the knot. Susan says, one has a headache. I'm making a vodka. Kathy is, Riri has thrown it out the door and Cheryl's cut it to pieces. That must have been my knot. Oh. The trick there is not to give up on it. Well, now, and then I say that with a seed of, you have to do what you have to do. I knew I could get that out, but if it was tangled so bad, there was one little knot there that I was just too tired to work out, and I knew that it would go through, and I didn't have a bit of problem with it. It's probably in here someplace. But if it was so tangled that I knew I couldn't get it out, I'd probably either cut my thread short or make my tassel separately. But I knew I could get that out. But the trick of doing this is get everything off your desk. I don't have everything off my desk. Clean your desk off because it keeps, that thread will catch on to little tiny papers. It'll catch on to the edge of your book. It'll catch on to your scissors. It'll catch on to itself. And once it does that, then it starts tangling up. So, and the trick is to keep it separated as you go. And the shorter it is, the shorter as you work with it, the thread gets shorter and shorter, and the easier it is to work with. All right, I said that too many times, hasn't I? Just like when the yarn runs out, attach some more. Yes. Cut it off and attach some more. But I'm too stubborn. I'm too stubborn. I'm laughing. I wasn't going to look at what you guys were saying. When I was in that knot, I'm going, I just know they're telling me to cut it off. Aunt Beck said, Mary has way more patience than me. Burn it with the candle. Holly, your candle won't burn nothing. Your candle won't burn a piece of thread. It's the safety candle. Burn it with the candle. Yep. All right, we're back to where I knotted it. Let's see, what else are we talking about? Mary will keep you busy, Tim. Poor Tim probably left while the getting was good. Mary, Dee Dee gave more time for the art cards. It's the 24th now. Oh, well, that's good. Well, let me show you what I'm thinking for my fantasy garden. As long as we're on the... Let me put all this stuff... Give me a minute here. Because I put all this stuff that was on the side of my desk. Let me put it back over in so that it doesn't fall. Let me show you what I'm thinking for my fantasy garden. I think I have it out. I do. I am going to, let's see. Oh, she's getting out the Dick Blick catalog. Let me put this stuff away before it falls. All this paper that I have when I was binding my journal. Hold it. Because if I don't, it'll fall and I'll have a mess. I just need, well, when I say put it away, I mean get it off of my wastebasket and put it on the floor. I'll pick it up after chat. And let's see. Here's my little journal that I'm going to cover this, and I haven't decided how. This is what I'm going to do the 29 faces in. I'm going to do long, narrow faces. And I might just do a side of the face. I might do an entire face. But I'm going to do this long book for my faces in February. We'll see how that turns out. I'm reaching for stuff here. Hold on. I may want this. And Dee Dee makes her cards. 3x4. Let me reach in here. Dee Dee makes her art cards 3x4. And let's see if I have enough. This may not work. I might have to go. No, those aren't going to work. Hold the phone here. I was going to do this tonight. I'm not ready yet. Hold it. Let me put those over. Let me go over here and get them. Oh. Where did I see those? Hold the phone. I got to get here. So you make 3. You make 1 for Dee Dee and 2 to swap. I'm going to cut. This is paper. I think I was going to make a journal out of this, and I didn't like how I punched it. This is mixed media paper. This will work. Let's cut 4 because I always like 1 for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll put this over here. Put these there. I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to work on my art cards tonight. You guys can watch. I'll put my Santos dolls over here. I might work on them a little later, but it's getting kind of late too. But once I get going on stuff, I can't stop. I kind of lazed around this afternoon. Let me plug you guys back in or I won't have you anymore. Okay. So let's cut the 3x4s here, and I'm going to do them white first, but I may paint them. I don't know if I will or not. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing here. I may not like them, and I may revise my thinking. So I'm going to cut 4 that are 3x4. Put my dolls up here. Put this one over here. I don't know how I can clean off a cart and still have it be all messy. I just haven't figured that out yet. All right, this is 4. And this is 3. 3x4. Dee Dee says she likes to have a little, she calls them art cards. She doesn't call them ATCs. And she leaves you a little, she says she likes the size better. It's a little bigger to work with. I think I can cut one out of here too. So 4.
and 3. Is that right? That's 4. So there's 2. And I'll probably have to make more than 4 because, well, I'll have to find my way through. 4 by 3. Dee Dee Willingham comes on Monday and Wednesdays. And I'm just going to get that one. Sometimes she does impromptus, though. I haven't seen her do an impromptu this year yet. 4 by 3. All right, we're going to start with these 4. And if I don't like them, we'll do something else. But what I'm thinking for my fantasy garden is Dick Blick. When I fantasize, what would I want in my garden? I'd want art supplies. Look, there's a tree. Look, there's a tree. This is a Dick Blick catalog from last year, I believe, 2020. I wouldn't tear up the new one. So this may not be all my art, and this is pretty thick. And look, there's some trees in here. But what I'm thinking, let's tear this one out. Okay, this will be collage, and I have the sticker book too. I might put some of those stickers on there. There's a tree in here. That's more of a winter garden. But what I'm thinking more is like art supply stuff, like make a flower out of paintbrushes or a path out of the, maybe a house out of the journals. See, where's the, see a path? This would make a good, so I don't know what I'm thinking here. I'll have to look. I can see some gates. What else? So my fantasy garden is going to be made up of art supplies. And I might collage a lady in it or something. You know, I'm going to play with it at first and see how it turns out. If I don't like it, see, I'm thinking a path. A path or a fence with some of this stuff. This is tiny. Bricks. You have to cut them individually and glue them down. Yeah, fantasy. F-A-N-T, not fancy. I heard fancy at first. It's fantasy. Ooh, I like that. Let's tear that out. That'll be something. I'm thinking this would make a nice fence, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I might change my thinking here the more I go. Ooh, there's some birds though. Let's tear that out. Oh, and of course you got to do urban sketching. Oh, Crayolas. Look, there's some Crayolas. I have to have Crayolas in my fantasy garden. Somewhere. Oh, yeah. We'll just tear all of those out. So right now, I'm kind of just paging through this and thinking what what could I put in here that would relate to a garden? Like I'm thinking about a fence. Let's get down into the, think outside the jar. Oh, look, they painted their jars. Like I did my glue pot. They painted their jars here. But let's look at their, oh, scissors. But don't they have some sculpture supplies in here somewhere? Where are they? Yeah. They may not. I might have to go to another art journal to get a sculpture. A statue. Oh, there. See here. They could be in the, this is the clay part. Here's this, see, there's statues. There's statues in my garden. Here's a bird. Here's a, what is that? Oh, that's David. That's a torso. Woohoo! I have dinosaurs in your garden. So, you know, what else is here? There's the thinker. See, now this could be tile work. And I'm thinking about a pathway. And I don't like the white lines, but I could put black in there. And that's pretty a lot. And there's some butterflies. There's safety gloves. Great for the using or cutting glass. Oh, is this the cobblestone? Yeah. Here's the pathway. You could even do the alphabet. You've got alphabet tiles. Are you guys are you following me? Cheryl said bat. She had to check on Scrabble. Dee Dee is paying postage for out of the USA players. Yeah, you'll want. I think I forgot to give Dee Dee postage on my last swap, so I'm going to try to remember to give her more postage this time to make up for last time. I think I meant to put postage on it, and I was trying to get it out. Oh, looky. Oh, these can go in the fantasy garden. Look at them. Oh. So all my fantasy is going to come out of the Dick Blick catalog, I think. And I might make some and be happy with them, and I might not. But as I'm looking through here, I'm seeing stuff, and I'm translating it into a garden. Could have a little she shed. Could make a she shed out of these journals. There's scratch art. Out of the journals here, could make a little she shed and decorate it all up. Put a she shed in your garden. Let's tear these little. This is last year's catalog. So I threw out a couple of these catalogs because I just couldn't keep them. Oh, look, here's some composition books. A she shed composition books. Bristle paper. And what else is here? Then we're getting into the rolled papers. I like that little guy. All right, I'm going to tear this out there. Let's start on something. I like that cobblestone, but let's see. Let me go back. How should I start it? I see trees in some of these brushes. Those fan brushes look like a tree. Let's go back to the brushes. Boy, I'm thirsty. I could start it just with a page, a flat page, and then build on it. A flat page of what? Something like this. How big is this? Something like that. I like this is better. This is bigger. Let's do one and see what I wind up with. Let's see what I wind up with for my fantasy garden. My fantasy garden is going to be a fantasy. It's going to be made up of art supplies. Shall I zoom in so you guys can see a little bit better? And I might do this one. I might do this one as a prototype and keep it, because my first ones never turn out. But I'm thinking for the base, I'm just, where did I do that page that I tore out? Here. For the base, I'm just going to glue this down to get me started. And then I'll cut around it. So let's just cut. You know, you could do something abstract, do an abstract scene with mountains and all of that, and cut that up into pieces. This is going to be too short, so I might put some more up there. Let's bring it down. This is a play one. This is just going to be the base, and then I'm going to build on it, and we'll see what I wind up with. But when I think of a fantasy garden, you can think of all sorts of beautiful plants and flowers and trees, and, you know, Dee Dee calls them little worlds. Make your own little world. Well, but when I think of a fantasy garden, I think of art supplies. And of course, it's going to be messy here. Let's do it this way if I can. My fantasy art supplies. $9.79 and $16.62. And I'm just going to kind of do this one rough idea, prototype, and see if I like this. I may switch. By the time I get these done, it may not even be this. It may be something else, but I'll have fun with this. And we can put some stickers and stuff on here. But I think what I'm going to do is put some paintbrush trees and build a she shed out of composition book. And this could be like a little fence going in, maybe put a little gate there. Let's see what I have here. I want to do the she shed. Do I want to do it out of composition book or the journals? Journals are kind of a little larger. Well, that one isn't. Got some grid paper, could make the shingles. Yes. I'll keep that out. What's on the back here? Construction paper. Acetate. Too bad it's not a sample of acetate, but what's keeping you from putting acetate on it? I don't know. Here, this might work. A little smaller. Let's see how big I want this. It's not that big. That's an awful big she shed. So I think I want to go a little smaller. Now, do I want to keep this all collagey, or do I want to push this back with some paint? It'll get wet and warpy. Let's build my she shed first. I think I want to push it back with some paint because I don't want those numbers to be so... I'm trying to decide which one I want. I wish that were maroon. This is almost too small. I'm looking. What do I want? There's a yellow one. Here's a fade out design one. Graph text. It's almost too big. I want it between those two sizes. Mary's thinking here. Ooh, maybe something like this. I want a red she shed. Or render. Might work too. The purple one might work. Let's cut these two out. Decide which one. Or the yellow one might work too. Right there. That might work. Pen sketching. Let's try the yellow one here. And it'll look like a shed when I get that. Right? What is that? A pad of paper in your garden. It's my she shed. Doesn't it look like a she shed studio? A paintbrush tree? No, it looks like a sketchbook and paintbrushes. Where's your imagination? See, I think I am going to have to push this back a little. Or I could just start it on this side and decide if I want to continue with that. Let's start it there. There's my little she shed, the side of it. And that graph paper, let me put this back on. That graph paper was going to be the roof. Whatever I did with my graph paper. That's note paper. That would make a roof too. I think the graph paper showed up better. Here's Mary flipping through her book. It's not big enough. I could combine them. No. I think I'm going back to this. Make that the roof. It's the right size. All right, so I've got a roof and that's pretty big for a she shed. So I want trees. And where's that pebbly stuff? I didn't pull out my pebbles, did I? You know, I may not do this all out of the art catalog. I may do one or two. And I may do the same concept out of the magazine if I can find the right things. Where's all those pebbles, those mosaic in here? Here. Ooh. Gold. Gold. We got some stone and some animals. All right. Oh, look, there's already a vase there. Let's pull this one out. Which one do I like? Do I like it all colory or more muted? I think I like it more muted. Yes. We're going to use that one for now. So we're going to put some pebbles in there because I don't have grass. It'll be like a stone rock garden type thing in there, I guess, for now. Hi, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. Who else is in here that I'm missing? I'm working on my Dee Dee's Fantasy Garden cards. I'm pulling images out of the old 2020 Dick Blick catalog, and I'm building my she shed that's going to be in my fantasy garden. So the walls of the she shed is a sketchbook, pen sketcher book, and the top is a part of a notebook paper. And I probably have a little slant there, but you get the idea. Well, hi, Amber Randall. If I miss saying hello to somebody, sorry, you're certainly welcome. I get to working on this stuff, and then I don't notice everybody that come in, but thank you guys for coming. Let's see. Artie Dar is talking about swaps. I don't really join swap groups that in groups that I don't know people, like Aunt Beck and Lisa and those gals. I know those gals and they know me. I've been caught too many times. Been caught too many times. Cheryl said good night, but yeah, Cheryl said good night. Let's see. Amber, Holly, Kathy's here. Artie Daw says, yes, Mary, we're happy to share your time in art. Okay. So now I'm just going to take this and I'm going to do the same thing and look at the paint brushes and see if I can build some trees. Oh, we could have white trees or fan brush trees is what I was thinking. Let's look at we could mix them. I'm not sure about that. Oh, a bunch of trees in the background. Yeah, that would work. Oh, look, and there's even green for the hills. Let's pull this one. I see hills and trees. I see hills and trees. We're going to cut these out. Right here. What's back? Now, I'm sorry, but I'm cutting these out. This is my fantasy garden. It's made up of art supplies. There's a little house, little she shed. It has to have a statue in there. I can grab a statue out of there. I'm seeing, gosh, I need my smaller scissors. What did I do with them? Here. Well, let's cut this first. We need a blue sky. maybe. We'll see. We'll do this first. This is going to be a forest, hills, and we'll see. You'll see. And let's cut this and cut this. I may only get one of these done tonight, but you'll see where I'm going with it. I was going to do a list tonight, but I think it's too late now. We'll do a list another time. Don't forget, we're not doing anything now until the 12th. Our Friday night hop is the 12th of February. And we're going to do a pick 10 or 12, depending on how many play. I'm trying to find out from the gals who's playing and who isn't. And I'm moving the group from our messenger group to Facebook. So I'm waiting for people to say if they're going to play or not. But I think the JB5 went over pretty good. So we're going to see how a pick 10 or pick 12 or pick 8, depending on how many people play. And each person is going to pick a prompt and do the prompt. And you can follow along. And if you don't get in right at the, because my Friday streams start real early in the morning, and I know not everybody gets up early in the morning. So your prompts do not need to be done in order. See, that can eventually be trees in there. And we'll see. I see trees and I might make it look, as I put it together here, I might make it look more like a hillside and a she shed. And put a little person in there. I got a statue I want to put in there. But this is going to be the background, and I have to have something up here for the sky. And I'm just going to cut these out right now. My fantasy garden will be paintbrushes and sketchbooks. And I might, this will all go behind, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm just going to kind of snip it out here. And I don't know if I'm going to do my next one this way or not. We'll see how this one turns out. This is just the brainstorm that I had. And I'm kind of just going to shag these a little, which means I'm not trying to fussy cut them. I'm just trying to make them look like treetops.
Hi, Erin. Welcome.
Yeah, Erin is going to be in our Friday stream. And I think Kathy Berg will, because I've been communicating with Kathy via email. And I'll be there. And I want to get a commitment from the gals and see who's going to be there and who isn't. Not everybody can this month. Becky's got a funeral now. And she's dealing with her father being ill and everything. So I think Shelley will. I think I got a note from her. But I don't know if she was talking about the Friday or the Sunday one. I'll have to find out. Mary's talking to herself. There. So that'll go way behind here like this. These will go on. But I need a sky. And this will kind of be the path, the brick area. And this will be the she shed. I'm going to put some more trees in there. Get in there. Kind of make it look like a hillside and a row of trees. You dig it, Mary? I mean, you dig it, Artie Dar? I was reading yours. She says, I dig it, Mary. Very groovy. Far out, even. I'm not sure what you're talking about, whether it's my ATC or the Friday night stream. Now, see, look, even this could go for the sky in the background. The cover of this. Let's see what else. I'm getting sidetracked here, but I have to have a sky. I have to have something in the sky. What can be the sky other than the cover? Get to the statutes anyway. I want to pull out a statue. Oh, now see, there's a boat, a sailboat. And there's a fish. I'd like to have a picture of a little picture of watercolor being squeezed out, but I doubt that that's on here, in here. Sky. Got to use your imagination on some of this stuff. Got to use your imagination. I got the she shed and the trees. I got that far. There's some little people. We might come back to those. Some aprons. Color wheel. Color wheel might look good for a roundabout in the pathway. Let's pull the color wheels out. I like the color wheels. Oh, I like the trees too. And here's a little sky through a viewer, but do I want that? And a brick wall. And we're back to the paintbrushes, more trees. I see trees, 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 trees. I'll never look at a paintbrush again the same way. I'll go shopping and I'll say, where are your trees? I don't see anything here that reminds me of a sky. We're just going to keep looking. Ooh, see, this is pretty. This is aquaboard. See, I was thinking something squeezed out on aquaboard here. I'm going to pull this out. Now, this is not my art, but this is collaging stuff out of the Dick Blick catalog. I'm building a collage out of my fantasy garden. Is going to be all art supplies. Scratch board. I keep liking this little guy here. I'm going to pull him out just because I like him. Tear up your old catalogs. Make use of it. Here's a berry. Here's a berry. That might go in there. Here's a skyline of London. Poster frames. Venice. Movie time. There's an ocean. Yeah, what did you do tonight? I watched Mary flip through the Dick Blick catalog. There's a house and cat. Those are kind of cute. That little one might look good in the garden. Then the pens. Inks. Would you just dump your ink out on the page for me? There's a little elephant down there. I think I'll tear him out. That's the Marabou art spray. Only is that Marabou? Yeah. I'm going to tear that out. I might order some of that. I like Meridel art sprays. I like the raspberry. The cocoa, I ordered the cocoa, and I don't like the sprayer. The sprayer comes out in a stream rather than a spray. I might take and dump it in another sprayer. I like the raspberry the best. They do have gold. All right, we'll go on. I am in my world here. Some tile work. Rubbing plates. More Crayola. Crayola. Jan, hi Janice. It says, or you could get inspiration from Rosemary's funky fish thing that they did last year. You can't find those in New York City anymore, the Dick Blick catalogs. You could order them. I get mine in the mail. I get mine in the mail. They send me a big one every year. Every year they send me a big one like this. I requested their catalog, but I do order from them. So I give them some orders, so I'm their customer, so they send it to me. And then about once every quarter, like they'll send a spring issue, a summer issue, fall, something like that. They'll send a smaller catalog out. But you don't have to use a catalog. I'm just using it because it's got all these art supplies in it. You could use a regular magazine. Oh, here's the statutes. See, I'm going to put some of these in my fantasy garden. Let's tear these out. And ruler could be the fence, but I'm wondering what I can do for this guy. Here's this little shed right here. Architectural frames. Midwest Products. 2-story townhouse. And this is the house structure kit. And look, here's some trees. Woodland scenes. Model scenery. I'll pull that out. I want sky. I want a sky. I might have to go back and use that cover for the sky. I'm just seeing what's in here. Pulling. So here's all your carving tools. The liner cutting set. Linoleum cutters. They've got 5 blades to them. Oh, they got some other little blades here I might try. These are called plastic linoleum cut. I wonder if they're referring to the handle. Handle with 5 cutters, handle with 10 cutters. I might come back and look at their new catalog and get some of these other cutters. Because I just have the basic set. And then you can order extra handles. Yeah, I'll come back. Ooh, and here's some wooden pieces for, let's tear this out. Water soluble inks. Oh, this makes me want to do an order. Look, there's fish, walleye, trout, bass. There's a turtle and a gecko and leaves. These are wooden pieces. The Crafter's Workshop stencils in here. Ah, help! Here's the jelly plate stuff. But I don't see anything that really works for sky other than those pictures and the cover. And I kind of wanted to see some of this wire stuff could be fencing. Maybe more like that. Some of these wire racks. I might pull one of these out just for the fun of it. See what I could get for a fence. I'm not sure which one I want. See, I see a fence. I see fences. I see fences. I want something that's dark but doesn't Maybe that one doesn't blur all together. Dark but spacey. Maybe this one. Or that one. Let's tear this page out. If I don't like it, I'll come back. I want a sky. I want a sky. Mary's looking in her... Here's the dies. Mary's looking in her catalog for sky. There's threads. I mean, they have everything. Look, they even have a Singer heavy-duty sewing machine. They want $249 for it. How many stitches? It's got the stitches on the side here. Perfect for heavyweight fabrics. It has a motor that's 60% stronger than standard sewing machine. It has 32 built-in stitches, which is enough for crafting. And then they have all the needles and the felting wool. Becky and all you felters, they have got felting wool here at Dick Blick. And scissors. I mean, I could just go crazy if I worked at that place. Or the other art store, the Jerry's, what is it, Jerry's Artorama. I like them too. Here, we pulled beads though. There are the beads. I'll come back to those. Ah, here's some masks. Monkeys. Animal faces. Mask making. And these button making. Button making. I was watching We Are Memory Makers. We Are Memory Makers, whatever they are, you know. They have a button machine. Boy, this one's $350. Wow. Whew. That button machine is $350. That must be for school. I don't know if I'd pay $350 for one. Craft sticks. Here's some butterflies and wooden animals. There's some little people. Wooden people shapes. Mary's lost in her catalog here. Ooh. Decorative papers. I didn't know they sold all of this. Metal sizes and shapes. A soldering iron. Now this doesn't look like my brother's soldering iron at all. There's a soldering iron, but here's the foil. And foil. This is all foil. Ceramic coasters. Excuse me while I look at the catalog here. Here's this statue. There's this, the one of the thinker. But I think there's some others in here. Heads. There's the dinosaurs. But here, no, that wasn't the one I wanted. What was I looking at? These. Over on the other side here. The little statues here for the fantasy garden. Little angel in there. If I can get her out. I still haven't found a good sky yet. Here's designer stamps. A roller stamp set. Oh, excuse me. Stoneware clay, pottery wheels. Doesn't this just make you wanna, man, I want it all. Kilns. This probably glazes. Think outside the jar. I love that. Built for life. Some of these tiles might be good in here. these tiles. I'm going to pull those. But I still don't have a sky. Oh, here's some more tile work. And some stone round ones, too. I'm going to pull the square ones to start with. I want a sky. I might have to use the cover for the sky. I could use a blue background on one of these cutter trimmers, but I'd have to combine them. I'm going to pull these out just because it's blue. It's blue. Easels, chairs, furniture. I'm about done. I'll come out in a minute. This is all classroom stuff. I could use some things like this. I could use some things like that. Wouldn't have room for it in my house. Floor cases. See, they have that great big case. This would never work for me. A great big case and 1, 2, 3 items on that shelf. 1 item there, 2 there. If I had all that space, believe me, there would be books down here. There'd be journals there, and maybe my art dolls, and I'd have to have another shelf up here because there's too much wasted space in there. I'd have this thing packed. That's too much space for me. I mean, it's too spacey. I would have it packed if I was going to have them. That's for display. It's not for storage, it's for display. I get it. I understand. Look at all these cool books. Now we get into the books. Oh no, I'm lost. I'll never come out. Work some Pinterest. I'm at the index. Well, I didn't find a good sky. So I might go to this cover and use something like this for this one. Went through that whole book and come back to the cover for the sky. All right, now I'm going to come talk to you guys. I'm going to build this one, and I'll probably call it a night because it's 11 o'clock. Those cases are not made for heavy storage, just for display. Yeah, I know, but even for display, I don't think that I put 1 or 2 things on a shelf. I'd have to put this there and that there, and oh, there's room for this, and let's put a beaded necklace down in front of it, and that would be how I would do it. Artie Dar says, I could live in Florida for sure. Did a few years near my dad's parents when I was a toddler. We visited every Christmas. Lakeland. Been to Disney 3 times. Wow. Kathy says, when we go to our Dick Blick, the whole front of the store has pallets full of orders for, I don't know, for FSU. Oh, is that Florida State University? Is that in Florida? That you have to dodge around. There's a Dick Blick. I think their headquarters are in, is it Galesburg? Is it Galesburg, Illinois? Is that where their headquarters are? Let me see. I think that's where their headquarters are. Doesn't say here. Oh, yeah, Galesburg, Illinois. When I was younger, driving back and forth between Indianapolis and Nebraska, I'd always drive through Galesburg. And I stopped there. I stopped there once because I knew their headquarters were there. And that was fun. That was fun. I went in and looked around. But there is a Dick Blick up in Omaha. And I've been there a couple times. But let me tell you, it's just as fun. It's just as fun to look through their catalog. You get a good idea of what they have. And then when you go in the store, it's like, ooh, let me touch it. I finished my tea. I'm still thirsty, so I do have a can of squirt. Could I drink some squirt? I'm really thirsty because I've been talking all this time. You talk all this time and you get thirsty. I'm just going to build a little fantasy garden here. I don't know if they'll all turn out this way. I might keep this one for myself because it's kind of a brainstorm. Let me have a sip of my pop. That's good. Squirt always quenches my thirst. Hi, Maria. Good morning. Yep, a can of squirt. Got to have a can of squirt. It's grapefruit, and grapefruit, I can eat grapefruit and I could drink grapefruit. But you know, I cannot find grapefruit juice at our local grocery store. I have rows and rows of orange juice, but no grapefruit juice. And I love pink grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice always quenches my thirst. Maria says hello. You drink a Coca-Cola, Artie Dar? Let's see. Kathy was talking about, I haven't been in 3 years, but hope all this year we'll get back there. Are you talking about Florida? Or are you talking about New Jersey? Cape May? I don't know where you are. Aaron's in the Adirondacks. Adirondacks. Oh, de-doo. Dick Blick catalog. Can't find those in my area. Artie Dar says, now I'm thinking maybe I'll make it under the water fantasy garden. Oh, that would be fun too. Well, I'm going to use this for my sky. Here's where I am on this. Now you got to think fantasy. This is not a realistic, you know, you aren't going to see real trees here. What you're going to see is the sky. And I think I'll take this area right in here with the, I don't know if I want the telephone poles. I want the sky. I don't know if I want it red though. I kind of want it blue. So I'm going to have to use the telephone poles or maybe above. So maybe what I'll do is mark this. I mean, this is just for fun. I don't know if I'll send, I'm just playing tonight. We'll see how this turns out. My other ones may not even be like this. I think I'm going to take this much for the sky. Would that be enough? I might have to do some more just for the base. Maybe down to there. I'd like to have it a little bit different, but I want to use what's in the catalog. I want to use what's in the catalog, so that's what's in the catalog. It's going to be a catalog fantasy garden. And we're just going to glue book this together tonight. Glue it together with a glue stick. So it may not be, this may not be one I send out, but you'll see. This could be sky up in here, a striped sky. Or you could go cut a sky out of a magazine. Or paint your sky. But for now, it's going to be this. And let's glue it down. Let's just glue her down for the fun of it. Oh, I had so much I was going to do tonight. I got my journal bound. That's the one thing I got done was binding that February journal so I can use it in February. And I have my drawing journal ready to go, except for I don't have a cover on it. My Faces journal. All right, I'm kind of liking that. Oh, but I put it upside down. Let's put the sky on upside down. The clouds will be on the ground. The ground will be in the sky. And people will walk by and say, why? Yeah. Because Mary did it. That's why. And look, I'm doing it on the back because I'm not sure about that. Okay, then I'm going to have paintbrush tree line here. And you'll see those white ones now will show up against that dark blue. And this is part of the, I guess maybe I'll put my paintbrushes up there. And I really don't need the whole can of them. I don't need all of this, but I'm going to leave it. And let's finish. And these are going to be trees in the distance and hills. Does it look like a tree line? Where are my little scissors? Let's finish this. I didn't finish cutting these out. I got sidetracked. And I'm just kind of tearing at the brushes. I'm not really fussy cutting them. I'm just kind of tearing at that white. I get my scissors in there and then I go that way. I pull at it. You got to be careful that you don't rip it, but it kind of makes a nice jaggedy end. I do this on pet hair and on human hair. And you'll see some little white in there, but that's okay for this. In fact, it'll make a nice line against that dark blue. I'll cut it there. I just trim it there and trim the, this is the hillside and the fields here, just so you know. And it'll go, or maybe the foresty trees. And then I have a little rock area. But you know, I did, let's go back to what I pulled out here now and see what I have. I'm going to cover you guys up. No, I'm going to move you. I'm going to put you back on your stand. Put you guys on your pedestal. I got a little tablet stand and I really do like it. Oop. Except I minimized you guys. So I got a little, these were just in the tile work area, beads. Let's see, I don't want this cutters anymore, but I do have tiles. I like those tiles. I might keep those out. These are kind of big ones. I have big faces here, but I think I have some smaller pieces. Look, I got a little elf. Got a little elf. Let's cut him out. He might go in there. Let's just snip him for now. Little elf. He might be walking around doing a little sketching or painting. Those faces are too big, but I have a little bust here of somebody, a sculpture. They're advertising professional sculpture clay. Here's a torso. What else do I have? I got the thinker. Now I've got some masks. I'm going to keep the torso out here. We got some little animals here, faces. Let's cut those out. There's glitter glue on the back. Animal face forms. There's some faces. Let's cut these little faces out. They might go in there someplace. I don't know. We'll see. I like the little elf. And I was thinking of fence, but I don't know if that'll work. We're going to cut one out. I'll come back to it and see. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out. And here we got some wooden shapes. These all came out of the Dick Blick catalog. It'll be my art supply fantasy garden. Put all this over here. Got some fishes and wooden shapes. I like all of those. I'm going to keep that one out. Here's that tree line here. I'm going to cut it out. I don't know if I'll use it because I got my paintbrush trees. Paintbrush trees and bead stoneware. And a sketchbook, she shed. Where's the roof? Uh-oh, I lost the roof. It's here someplace. We got a roof, a graph paper roof. I might have to make another roof out of text. And I'm not done. We've got some sculptural. These are almost too big. My little elf fits, but this one might work. Or even that one. Let's cut this one out. Even a hand. I'm gonna cut this one out. Little wooden shape. And we have more. Got a little man there. Got the hands and the noses and the skeletons. I like this. Let's cut these little green men out. I might use the little one. See, I get started. I can't stop. Here's some butterflies up here. I think that's why I saved this page, was for the butterflies. And there's some berries and flamingos. I'm going to take the berries. I think that's why I saved it. Although now that's getting a little more, it's artsy, but it's not really art supply-ish. It's more showing a frame, a picture frame. I want to do art supply. And I'm getting near the end here. See, I saved this. Ooh. This might work for a background on one, but not this one. These. Somebody had these. And again, it's somebody else's art. Here I just have art supply, except for the sky. And I have these wheels. I like those wheels. They might go for a pond, a color wheel. Something like that. I'm going to cut this out. I even like the palette. So you got to use your imagination and see these as scenery instead of art. Here's the beads that I used for the rock garden here. I lost my roof. It's here someplace. I lost the roof. I'll find it. And these are nice, but they're too big for this. So I'm going to save them. Oops. See, that's how I lose things. Air blows things around. I love the little she shed. We're going to decorate that up. We could have a Crayola house, too. We could have a Crayola house, but not here. It's too much on this. We'll have to save that for another ATC, or another art card. And see, the same with that. I like the sketch in there, though. What is this? This is a sketch of what? Looks like a city. city scene rather than a fantasy garden. I got this in here of houses. And this could go for a pond. Paintbrush pond. Let's keep that out. I'm almost done here. I saved this out for that scenery, but I don't think that's what I want. Ooh, and look at that, would be a nice background for a fantasy garden. All out of the Dick Blick catalog here. Flowers. Ooh, I might put that flower in there. We're gonna cut that out. We'll save it. We'll see what I end up with. All of this for one art card. One more. And that's this, which is too big for this one. It'll go on another one, the tree. So let's take all of these that I have folded, that I've decided that I either cut out of or gonna hold for later. I'm gonna put them here. Okay, so I got a wire fence, possibility of a floral in there. Maybe, well, I don't want to zoom out too much because I want you guys to see it. We got a possibility of a color wheel pond or a paint puddle pond. I kind of like the color wheel one, but does it look like a pond? It could be a fountain. It could be a fountain. I'm not sure. And I like these little tile works. I saved those out. These could be a fence, kind of. Do I want them smaller? Or do I think I want them bigger. And I think I'll take the lighter ones in here. Maybe these, or maybe these. Let's take these because they're easier. And I might cut them out individually and put them across the page here. But we'll come back to that. I'm just sorting stuff out. Now, if we have a pond, though, let's go back to my paintbrush. If we have the paint splot pond, I could put a fish in it. I could put a fish in it. Ooh, that fish. The angelfish. He'd have to go in. He'd have to go in a darker one. So maybe the wooden fish. All right. We're going for the blue paint spot here. We're going for the blue paint spot. And we're gonna put a fish. I'm just gonna take these two. This one's pretty, but I don't know if he'll show up. Let's cut him out. I don't know if he'll show up. Of course, fishes aren't supposed to show up. We'll cut it out. And of course, we need a statue. We need a statue. I'm going for that bust, I think. Blick copper wire. Blick armature sculpture wire. This is the sculpture section. And we're going for this bust. Got to have a statue in your garden. Maybe he'll be in the pond, in the middle of one of those ponds. In there. Yeah. Maybe. And we're back to the tree brushes here. And those are brushes. All right. So we've got a little man and an armature man and a bust. But I can't find my roof. Got some animals, some butterflies. My roof is gone. You know, I could make the roof out of this. I like that graph paper roof. Is this it? No. See, that's something always happens. Why don't I take this stuff and put it where I can find it when I want it? It's sure not here. But, however, let's go back to that catalog where that architecture was, and we can take a roof off of one of those buildings. And I'm going to thumb through this real fast. Architecture. Crafts, textile art, printmaking, airbrushing, graphic art. Ooh, graphic art. When I find that tile work in there. The graphic art. Could have a ruler roof. We could have a ruler roof. Let's tear out the rulers. I might do a ruler roof. See? Not all is lost. I'm not even going to find that other. They had a house in here with a roof. Oh, my she shed's going to have a ruler roof. I pulled it all down. All right. A wooden one or a blue one? A wooden one makes more sense. Might have to do two of them. We'll see. We'll cut these two out. A ruler roof. All right. I'm quitting after I do this, you know that. I'll have to think about what I want to, if I really want to do this for the others. Or I might go a whole different way. But I'm having fun playing with this tonight. A fantasy garden of art. My paintbrushes are trees. My she shed is a ruler roof and a sketchbook pad. My pond is a blob of paint. I guess I need a darker one as I get it in there. Maybe that orange one or the green one. Well, the green one won't show up. The red one would. Let's go for the orange one. An orange roof. It doesn't look much like a ruler. It's learning resources. A white one almost looks good too. I'm going to cut them both out. The white one looks more like a ruler. It's got more numbers on it. I don't know what you guys are saying. I'm in my world. Ouch. I'm in my world. Let's see. Let's look over here. Rhonda says, Squirt is soda pop. My favorite drink too. That's way back at 11:31. Oh, 1 minute ago. Mary Berry says, I like Mountain Dew. Tastes like lime pop. Yep, I'm drinking Squirt. I'm drinking Squirt. I was drinking a tea earlier tonight. I think I'm going to go with the white ruler. The orange one looks nice, but it doesn't have as many number markings on it. I want it to look like a ruler. We'll see how the white one works. I liked my notebook paper roof, but it blew away. It blew away. My roof blew away. All right. We don't really have grass. We got stonework. And nothing's glued down here except for the sky. So I'm just kind of trying to audition it here. So we got paintbrush forest behind. My sketchbook she shed. And we're going to have a ruler roof, I think, right here. I think I can double that. Let's cut it in half. Let's cut it at this one. But I might want to leave it a little, let's slant it like this. Angle it. Like that. There. There we go. And we've got 2 ponds here, but I need something in the background there. Other than, I guess I could put more, I need something for grass. I could put these flowers back there. Let's put them in there. Now this is somebody's art out of the Dick Blick catalog. This is not my art. This is collage art. This is art supply stuff. All right. So we're going to put that back in there, just like that. That's kind of okay. Now I need something over there too. And we'll probably put some butterflies up in the sky. And we got the little bust here. Let's cut him out better. But I need a base down here. And that might be where I get my, that might be where I take my text. Or even those paintbrush, those paint squares. Let's get one for the base. So let's take the pond off here. Let's leave all of that except for this. Like that. We'll leave that part. And we're going to go back into my book here. And we're going to get some paint squares for the base. One bigger ones like this. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Watercolor. Watercolor pads. Of course. In your fantasy garden, you have to have watercolor pans. So let's just move all of that off of here. And cut out my watercolor pans. And I guess it doesn't matter if I get it way down into there. But I don't need to come down too far. Cut it right there. Cut off Van Gogh there. And We'll cut it way up. We'll cut it up to there. I might need to snip it off. Of course, watercolor pens. They look like brickwork, don't they? Hey, reminds me of that dream I had. Scrubbing the floor, I put watercolor in my mop bucket. If I'm going to have to scrub the floor, we're going to make it fun. We're going to put watercolor in my mop bucket and watercolor the floor. There. Oh, I like that. And it even blends in with the sky up here a little. I can cover up those fence posts. Those, they got covered up anyway. They're telephone poles. Oh, I like that. Yep, now I'm liking it. That made it. So let's glue that down. Oh, there, is that my roof? No, that's just the square paper. I'll make this and then I want to keep it for myself and do another one for you guys that's not so crazy. I might just keep it for me. I don't know if I can find the same things that I could probably find more in that catalog. I got plenty. Like there's stuff like that I won't use probably. Let's glue her down. I'm liking it. When you like it for you, you know that it's on its way if you like it. Now I have to trim that up. We're just going to leave it in there. Okay, now let's go in with the paintbrush trees. We can even put that way up. And I've got glue on my page. Is that my... No, I keep thinking I'll find my roof. This would make a nice roof, wouldn't it? I got the ruler roof now, but that would make a nice roof. We'll save that out. A color chart. Of course it would. Paintbrush trees. Oh, don't cover up the red. Don't cover up the red watercolor. Pull it up a little. Or make it shorter. Well, I'm going to put the house on there anyway. Paintbrush trees. Here's my she shed. And I got a ruler roof. And we got the little pond. We got the little pieces here. Let's tuck it way in there. Little gravel around the house. A little gravel path. And we got a little pond. Got to keep things together here. Can't pull, it pulls out. There. And let's do the little fussy cut, the little pond. Got to use your imagination when you do this stuff. Somebody else might go, what is that? It looks like a bunch of junk on your page. No, it's a pond. I'm covering up all my watercolor pans. Push that up a little more. Got a little pond there. And I think well, maybe I should put my pond over here. But I have this hold it. I have the floral background here, kind of a tree. See, it's hard to audition all of this. You have to use your imagination. Floral background. The trees are in the background there. And we could put the pond and maybe even a little of the pathway. Let's move this. Let's move that pathway over here a little. It's really too big. It can go under those. Under the paintbrush trees. There. My flowers, I think I'm gonna rough them up here, not make them square. Kind of make them a tree line. Like that. And then they'll go in here. Now my house will go up there and there. And my pond will go over here. I like it. And then I was going to put that fish. Where's my fish? I think this fish is too big and blue for this pond, so I'm going to use one of the little wooden ones. I don't know if I could do 3 like this, to tell you the truth. I might have to do different ones. And I'll keep the one I like the best. Oh, Mary, you're horrible. I do like this. I like this concept. I like the idea that it all came out of my art supply catalog. I guess you guys aren't seeing me fussy cut this. I can't move it because it's stuck to my paper. There we go. It does look like a little scene now that I look at it in my tablet. By looking at it head down, it looks different. I'm not looking at chat while I'm doing this. Yeah. I didn't do that very good. I can't get it better. Little fishy. Little fishy in the pond. Come on. There. And I'll leave his little mouth. He's kind of a big fish for this little pond. He's the smallest fish there is. Maybe I'll put this one down there too. And I don't even have the tiles on there. Might have to save the tiles for another one. I have these tiles that I cut out. Where are they? Here. But the watercolor trays really make the tiles. And these are just paint splotches here. Let's put another one under it like that. Sort of like that. Now, I think I'll put my little elf in there. And I don't know if I need the bust. I might save the bust and the armature, the tiles, this fish. I got animals. I got a roof line up there. I got butterfly. I might put a butterfly up there. I'm not sure. That's trash. Where's the bust? Was he in here? Here's my elf. I don't want to lose my elf. See, these little things, I got the rulers. Rulers. Where's the bust? How do things fly away on me? I just don't understand. Is it under there? No, there's the tile work and the armature and the little green man. But what happened to the bust? Did I knock him off with my sleeve or something? Here he is. I want to keep all those together. Paper clip them. There. All right, this is all trash. Oh, except for my elf. What did I do with my elf now? Here's my elf. We're going to put the elf in there. And that might be all I put in here because I'm getting so much that it's hard to see. This is all trash. Let me get rid of this stuff. I get so much crap on my table that... Here's my roof line. Now I like the ruler better, but I found the roof. I found the roof. You see, I got these fussy cuts from... They won't fit on here, but I love these. Put them there. Let me get this off my desk. Trash. All right, I'm going to glue this stuff down. So the tree, the house goes there. We'll fussy cut the little elf out later. The pond and the fish. The stoneware. The rose garden. And the tree paint brushes. I'm going to start with the tree paint brushes. We'll see how this turns out. And let's use this to glue with. You guys can't see it. It's okay. I'm just putting glue stick on the back of my paint brushes here. And we're going to put them right about up in there. And these. In here. And down up in there. And then the smaller ones will kind of go back in here. So it'll be, right now it just looks like paintbrushes and cans. But really, it's a tree line. So those will go right in there. Now, I'm going to lose things if I don't move them. Okay. Now I think I'll put the rose garden on next. I'm going to call that a rose garden. But then, no, I want my rock path to go under it, though. And that's really too big. Rock path. Let's trim it down just a teeny bit. Okay. Or maybe off over in here. And then that'll go up in there, maybe down a little, because we want the little bit of the cans to show there. Hillside. So I want my rock garden to go right underneath of where it says camel hair brushes. And these are just beads, I think, out of the Dick Blick catalog. Everything's out of the Dick Blick catalog. Okay, so the rose garden, I'm calling the roses a rose garden. And there's just a little stone path there. Pull that off a little stone path. And I'll put it right in there. And then my she shed is a sketchbook, of course. And it's got a little man in there. You guys can't see him, but it's a little man drawing with a pencil. And it says Pen Sketchers. That's what it says. And he's this big old picture window there in my she shed. It's a she shed. Only I wouldn't have a she shed. I'd have to have a big long studio. A little she shed would not hold all my stuff. Wouldn't hold me. So it's there. And now I'm going to put the ruler roof on. The ruler roof. Right there. And you see a little bit of the watercolor trays underneath? The ruler roof. We'll put that down. Right in there. And, well, the roof's kind of big. It's hanging out, but that's to keep, maybe there's a little porch there. I have to draw a little porch in there. Big overhang on that ruler roof. And now we're going to have the little pond here. And this is paint blobs of paint, blue paint, acrylic paint. One here. And we're going to leave a little stone path there. And one here. Little pond work here. And we're making them, 2 of them, because that fish is fairly large. We're going to put a fish in the pond. A little wooden fish was out of the catalog too. Little wooden shapes. So let's put this one down first. I think I put it right about in here. You can kind of see if they weren't in there, you'd notice it. But it kind of blends in. And I'm going to have to trim this up. It kind of blends in with the rose garden there. And then I'm going to put the other one here. right about in there. And then the little fishy's going to go in here. He's not so little, he's a big fish, but you get the idea. I might take one of those butterflies and put in the sky. We might need a butterfly, or maybe put him on the roof. He might show up better on the roof. Sticks to my finger. But the fish is kind of big, but he's the smallest fish that was in the book. Now the little elf is going to go in here. I'm going to have to fussy cut him. And he's just going to be a cartoon. When you leave white around your fussy cut, that's called a cartoon cut. Because, you know, cartoons have a little white edge. And I'm not going to try tonight to fussy cut him clear to his body so there's no white showing. Not going to try it. A little elf. A little elf in my fantasy garden. Got a little ear there. I got sticky hands too. Yeah. I could cut that a little closer. Come on. Tiny, tiny stuff. Can't get a hold of it with my big fingers. I have to get it up to my nose. Sorry. My finger's holding on to it. There we go. Because my finger's sticky. And I got white around him, but that's okay. Like I said, it's a cartoon cut. I'm not trying to cut him close to the edge here. A little bit more though. Whoops, he fell. Yeah. There's his little shoe. And I'm not going to try to get between his hands. That's too detailed for me for this. So he's going to go right. Shall I put him by the pond? So I still need something in there. Maybe that bust. I like him by the pond. I could put him up in here. No, there's too much up in there. Let's put him by the pond. Let's see what I have. I've got a fish, a ruler. Here's the bust. I think the bust might be too big, though. Let's fussy cut out the bust. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I want to get this art card done. Art card done. So it takes a long time for me to do something like this. I have to hunt everything out and then decide what it's going to be and what the story is, and a couple hours doing one of these. Or you could just go get your Victorian sticker book and build you a fantasy garden out of it too, which would be perfectly okay. You'd have beautiful art. Me, I have to have art supplies in my fantasy garden. Should have a pencil in there someplace. We'll see if I can find one small enough. Come on. You don't have to be perfect. I don't know. Kind of like it. Let's see if I can find, well, where's my butterflies? Let's put a butterfly. Let's put a teeny little butterfly up on the roof. It has to be one of those darker ones. And it's not going to be cut out perfect either. That's, I'm going to cut off the antenna. That's a teeny little butterfly. Come on. Well, actually, I'm going to cut that little spot off. And we're just going to swish him on this glue stick like this. And hopefully get him up again. Penelope, I need a pen. Yeah, you always call on me when you need something, Mary. Yeah. Oh. There it is. Can I get it down there without... There. It's a butterfly. Let me see if I can find out. I feel like I need a lead pencil. This is a little dark. Maybe I'll move him over here. He's a little large. I'm going to put my little elf over here. Kind of like it like that. Or I could move him clear over here and move my elf there. But then I cover up my fish. I'm not sure how I want it. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it like that for now. My elf. Let's see if I can find a pencil in that catalog. Surely there's a lead pencil in that catalog. Can you guys even see it? I'm not sure you can see that very well. The pencils. Let's see if I can get to it through the index. Pencils. Palm. Plums. Pictures. Photo. Pencils. Page 334. I hope there's some little ones. 334. 334. I don't want to move my catalog up there or everything will blow away. Oh yeah, there's pencils. Let's see what they have here. Well, the pencils are where the rulers were, and the protractors. There's not a whole lot of them in here, though. 334. What? Hold on. Let me look at the index again. Let's see if there's more. Pencils. Paste. Pens. Pencils. No, it's all up in here. Watercolor pencils, 314. Maybe they're more what I want. 314. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here. We'll take these. The Karen de Arch, well, just a little pencil fence. A little pencil fence. We're going to cut it. It's even got some splash here that I can use on that pond. Here, let's cut this. Right here. This will make a good fence. It needs a gate. But I'm not going to complain. We'll put a gate on another day. Oops. I like that. The fence could really go up against the house. But I prefer it down here because it puts a bottom to this piece. We'll move him up a little. We'll move my elf up a little. Maybe I could. No. I think my elf needs to come down a little behind the fence. Get under there. Like that. You can hardly tell I got watercolor pans under there. I kind of like it. And I don't like my bust in there. He's not working. Maybe my little green man. Maybe my little green man will work in there. Or my armature. My armature would work in there. Oh, I like the armature. We'll try him. Let's put the elf and the fence on. I got to get this done. I'm playing with this stuff. Fantasy garden. Where's my glue stick? I don't know if I can give this one up, to tell you the truth. I kind of like it. Well, we'll see what else I make. Usually my first ones are the worst ones when I do this stuff. The other ones would probably be better, but I'm liking what's going on here. I could put a little stoneware down there. I think I will. Where's those beads? Wait a minute. Mary's not done yet. Mary's still I hope I'm not boring you guys silly. I need those beads. I need the beads. Let me find the beads. Fish. This is sculpture. Derwent ink. More armatures. Masks. Probably right at the bottom. I thought I cut a page of them out. Tile work. Crayola. That would have worked for the fence too. Derwent markers. Here are the beads. We're going to put a little stone path right here. We need it fairly long. Maybe if I cut this in half. Let's cut this. Now the beads. Gonna put it, I think I like the blue, but I don't think I can use it all the way across. So I might have to turn into the other one. Now let's just cut it in half. Right there. No, it doesn't have to go all the way across. I'll pull this back a little, like that. Doesn't want to stay. I kind of like that, but let's see what the rest of the stone path looks like. Maybe a little bit smaller path down. I kind of like that cement there, but no, that isn't working for me. Let's move this over this way more. And the fence will come off the edge of the paper. And the path will be right there. I kind of like that. Gives it some dimension. Yeah. All right, that's what I'm going to do. So let's put the stone path down. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Got a little piece of yarn on my glue stick. Where did that come from? Okay, this is going to go right in here. Right like that. And then this is going to meet it. Right there. And I'm going to trim that off. And he's going to be looking over the fence. My little elf. Right there. And let's trim that off. We can trim this whole thing now. this side. Yes. Now, the last thing I think I want to try is put my little man on there, in there somehow. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know how he'll look. We'll find out. My little wooden armature man. That's a she shed, by the way. I should put some art, a little easel in there. I wonder if I can find a tiny one. There's some easels, but I don't know if they're all that tiny. It's awful hard to cut these tiny little pieces. Not trying to be perfect with him. I don't have it. I don't have it. I got a little pointy head there. You guys are seeing this or not? I might be out of frame just trying to cut it. And I'm going to leave the white. I'm not going to try to remove that white. I might go in there with a little blue color or something in between his arms. Not going to try it. And I really don't need the base. I'm going to cut off the base. And I just need his feet. There we go. Now, got to do this side. Well, I'm glad she extended the date because this might take me a while to figure out all of this stuff. It's taken me a while just to do this one tonight. Let's cut this off here. There, and I'm not going to try to cut under his arm. I'll color it. Oh, where am I going to put him now? I guess on the other side, right in here. Right in there. And I might have to sketch around him to make him show up. I could put him up further. He needs to be maybe there. He's too tall. Maybe right in here. Right down in there, I guess. And I might have to outline him to have him show a little. That fish doesn't show up if I put him in there, though. Oh, what am I going to do with this guy? Put him right there, I guess. Oh, he's as tall as the house. But really, he's standing in front of the house. So perspective-wise, I'm going to call him good. I'm going to put him right there. All right. Let's give Penelope her pen. We could do that little green man. No, we're not going to do any more men tonight. All right. And I might have to come in and put just a little pink. Well, you know, I might be able to do that. That white bothers me. Let's cut it out. Get it. Scissors. Let's see what I can do here. Snip it there. A teensy snip. Come on, just a teensy snip there. Probably rip his arm off. Get in there. The problem is I got glue on my hands, on my fingers. Should wash my hands. Cut it right there. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, I'm not going to fool with it anymore. I'll put it down. If I can glue it without tearing his hand off. Oh, that might be trouble. Or his head. Still wants to stick to my finger. Come on, get off my finger. Let's put some glue on this. Right in here. Put it right in here. There he is. Now, that is my fantasy garden. Let's glue this down a little better. Now, do I want to do any pen work on this? He's standing on the edge of the pool, but it looks like he's got his feet in it. Maybe he's... cooling off his toes. Let's see what you guys are seeing. Yeah, you're seeing it pretty good. Let's go in just a little bit more there. Don't move it from there, Mary. Oh, I'm about done. I just want to do a little more pen work on this and I'll call it done. I'm just playing. I have to play. You gotta play some days. This is really an armature. They use it for sketching. And this is a fish. Let's give him an eye. He's got a mouth and a fin. And a tail. And this is the pool. This is a pool of water. It's really a paint splat, a paint dot, a splat of paint out of a tube. And this is a beadwork stone path over here. God, sticky hands. Got a little elf. I'm not sure where my elf came in. I'm not going to do much pen work around him. So this is my sea shed, which is a sketchbook. I'm not going to touch that too much. I'm kind of happy. The only thing I think I want to do is put some little lines around this pool. Make it kind of look like a brickwork around the pool. Like this. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with it. This is a tree line up in here. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave it. So let's go on the back, and I'm going to write Fantasy Garden art card from Dick Blick. Art supply catalog. Is there anything else I want to date it? Do I want to put a frame around it? Kind of like it. I'm going to put she shed, pool, paintbrush trees, just so that it, if anybody looks at this in the future, they might have a hint for what this is all about. Paintbrush trees, watercolor pencil fence. And bead rock path. And I guess I'll put my name on it down here and date it. And today is yesterday was 1/29/21. All right. I think I'm going to leave it. The only other thing I think I want to do maybe is I could put a little picture of myself in there and an easel. But right now I'm going to leave it alone. I could put me in there at a table doing my art journaling. Yep, that's what I think I'll do. Put a little silhouette of me in there doing my art journaling. Let's frame it. I'll cut that even there. Now, see, this means a lot to me because I know what it is. Oops. See, this is what I don't like about my collaging. I don't get everything down good. Oop, there's the bust. Oh, we'll save him. Let's try to get this glued down. Now, I could use this as a prototype. And draw out the ones. Well, I don't know if I could do all those paintbrush. Those probably wouldn't be the same. Forget that. I'm just thinking. But I could develop another scene like this from other images. It may not be art supply. But I could do a tree line and a she shed and a fish pond and all of that, and put myself in the window doing art journaling. This means a lot to me because it comes out of the art catalog. There we go. I'm happy with it. I'm going to quit. So about all I got done tonight was not talking to you guys. All I got done tonight was creating my journal and doing this little art card. And I'll probably make this my thumbnail. Let's come out and chat a little bit. Say good night to good morning to everybody. I'm surprised I still have 30 of you in here hanging with me. Hi, Marge G. Carla says, Mary, I'm enjoying watching you create your fantasy art garden card. Yeah, it's an art garden card. Now you can carry that theme and do little easels, you know. You could build a little fence of pictures. This little area here, I'm not sure how much you guys can see. It's just a little dot in my tablet. But this is a little man. This is a little man pulling a pencil. And this is a sketchbook, a yellow sketchbook. And the roof is a ruler. And the tree line back here are paint brushes, for those of you who didn't watch me create this. And I've got a rose painting behind this. This is a drawing armature. And he's just kind of standing by the pond. And there's a fish, a little wooden fish. They were selling little wooden elements in Dick Blick. And there's little wooden fish swimming in the pond. And the pond is just a swish of acrylic paint. And the fence here is a row of Derwent. I think they're Karen de Ache, A-C-H-E, I pronounced that wrong. Watercolor pencils. The little pathway here is some beads. And you can't see it very well, but behind all of this is a watercolor tray. You can kind of see the dark blue ones there, and this kind of provides the groundwork. So, yeah, I'm really glad. I'm really happy. The sky I had to take off of the cover of the magazine, and it was really a sky, but I couldn't really find a good sky. And I started out, for those of you who come in, I started out with something like this with the numbers, but I couldn't make that in my head. I was thinking this for the fence, but I couldn't make all these numbers work in my head for what I wanted to do over here. Oh, there's a butterfly on the ruler roof. The roof line is a ruler. Thank you, Lala. Aw, thank you, Marge. Let's see, what else? Let's see. I'll bet the IKEA catalog would be fun to work. I'll bet it would. And you know, there's other catalogs, like you could do steampunk from what is that catalog that Shannon Green? It's kind of like I can't remember the name of the place where she'll orders all kinds of stuff from them. I think steampunk, but you could get a hardware catalog. You could do any type of a catalog. You could even do a clothing catalog and come up with some fun. I don't know about the fantasy garden seed catalog. You could do a seed catalog. Let's see. Yeah, Carla says you should keep the one you like. Yeah, I might keep this one, but let's just see what else I come up with. Once I get inspired with this, I might come up with things that far surpass this as far as, you know, but I am liking this one. This one, it talks to me because of all the art supplies. The ruler roof was a great idea. It turned out well. Yeah, it turned out better than the notebook paper. I had some little notebook paper roof, but I like this one a lot better. I agree. Hi, Deborah Brown, if you're listening in the background. She said at 11:30, about an hour ago, she said she liked Mountain Dew. We're talking about the Squirt Pop. Janice said good night. Oh, we are memory keepers. Yes, Miss Mary Berry, if you're listening. Yeah, they were showing, I think I saw it either on Facebook or YouTube, where they were showing making a pin. And I noticed as I was going through that Dick Blick catalog that the pin maker that they had, a round pin, you have a metal piece like a metal button, only it's rounded, and then you put your shape over that and press it in and put the little pin part on there. They wanted $300 and some for them. I'm not sure I could pay that much for one. But I guess if you're doing it for like a school or something like that, if you're selling them for school, to raise money, it would work, and keep it in the art supply room. I'm drinking my squirt. Susan said good night. Artie Bar said, I always want to call you Artie Dar. It's Artie Dar. I want to call you Art Bar. I think because we have, in this little town where we do our grocery shopping, we have a little shop called the Art Bar. And it was a lady who bought a coffee shop. It's a coffee shop place, but she also sells art stuff, more like plaques for your wall and stuff, not our type of art. Although she might now. I haven't been in there for a long time. But when I went in there, it was more like plaques for your wall and stuff like that with sayings and quotes on it. Decor. Anyway, Artie Dar says, I'm not good at just watching. I want to do it for you. Yeah, that's okay. I understand. Because don't worry about that. You do, Mary, and I'll sit back and keep my mouth shut. Aw, I didn't even hear what you said, Artie Dar, if you're listening. So cover the whole card. No lumps unless you want them. Yeah, this is pretty thin. Yeah, I because I use paper, there's little cut elements in here, but there's really no lumps. So that's okay. I might do one with lumps though. Erin said, Kathy, I can't wait to see it. Sleep well. Kathy went to bed. She says, well, ladies, I'm starting on my new craft room in the morning. Oh, all right. Kathy's World was in here. She's starting a new craft room. And coffee, no booze, Artie Dar says. Maybe wine out to the dinner party. Oh, squirt, cola. I'm just scrolling back through chat here before I go to bed. When we go into our Dick Blicks, the whole front of the store has pallets full of orders for FSU, which I think is Florida State University. So I think I'm back to where I last read chat. So I'm going to say good night and good morning and to everybody. And today is Saturday now. So there'll be somebody going today. I lose track of the Saturday chat, except for I know Beth Schuler is on Saturday night. I'm going to have to try to catch that lady. I caught her once and did a paint along with her, but I haven't been catching very many people lately. I'm going to use this as my thumbnail. So I'm just going to leave it out like that. So have a great weekend, everybody that's still in here. Oh, there's Deborah. Hi, Deborah. You're still here? She says, good job. I wouldn't blame you if you kept it. I might keep this one, but I might make something very similar. And I find that when I do these, my first ones were my worst ones. The more I do them, the more inspired I get, and the more, so who knows what the others. I kind of like this concept. So I might go exploring this catalog this weekend and start putting together. I'm not sure. I might have to use something else for the sky. But not everything has to come out of the catalog. We'll see. All right. I'm going to call it a day. I have plenty to clean up. Thank you, Norma for the calendar and the napkins and the chocolate bar. I'm going to keep this chocolate bar out. She sent me a chocolate bar, and I showed earlier Rosemary's Art Nouveau kit that I call Art Deco, which is a whole different art period. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for hanging with me on a Friday night.